National champions from 29 different countries have gathered to battle it out for the 2022 World Singles Champion of Champions title. This year the event has been held here at the Naenae Bowling Club in Wellington, New Zealand. Naenae boasts 3 beautiful Maniatoto greens and 1 covered artificial, which means that play can happen here in rain, hail or shine. Naenae also plays host to world-class hospitality facilities, and this ensures that not only do players enjoy their bowling here, but are also well fed and watered whilst doing so. Hi, I'm Alex Reid, and here we are undercover at the Naenae Bowling Club, the hosts for the 2022 World Champion of Champions Singles. This week we've got 46 different athletes competing, and each of them is a national singles champion. For some of them, like the Kiwis, Tayla, Bruce and Kelvin Scott, that means they've won an open singles championship, whereas others have had to win their club, regional and then progress to the national event to be here today. As I said before, the event goes for the week. The first 5 days are section play and then 2 days of post-section, and every game takes place over 2 sets of 9 ends with a 3-in tie break if required. We have an incredible 29 countries from all over the globe, with athletes playing their bowls everywhere from Botswana to Norfolk Island. The men will be playing in 2 sections, Section A and Section B, whereas the women participate in 1 section. On the final day of the World Singles Champion of Champions event.
Delighted too that we're outdoors today, and even though there is a bit of a breeze there, and you'll notice this during the match, and you'll see the flags obviously as well, but we're outdoors and I think everyone's happy about that.
Absolutely, not the excessive gusts we had yesterday.
No.
As we have a look now at the bracket to see how the people got to where they've gotten, John.
So the top qualifier in the women's was Krizanic of Australia. The second top qualifier was Nunes of USA. So they both had a bye through to the semi-finals, where the Australian met Mel Thomas of Wales, who was in very impressive form, but Krizanic was just too strong on the day and won through to the final. Tayla Bruce had a hard ride. Madutwa of Botswana really tested her in the second set. They went to a tiebreak, or almost, I thought they were going to a tiebreaker, but Tayla Bruce was relieved about that. Then she went on to play the very impressive Nunes of the USA.
Was what, but that doesn't matter.
Well, anyway, we've seen some superb play by both the players that we're going to see live in action in a moment, Bruce and Krizanic. It's Australia against New Zealand. Highlights from yesterday. These are bowls here from Tayla Bruce. She had to play some magical bowls to get through to the final, and she did it. She did it really well. The black bowls getting in amongst them and just creating havoc there when she was up against Madutwa of Botswana. And not for the first time or only time she gets a toucher, but really I think Krizanic had to play outstandingly against Mel Thomas, who put pressure on her right throughout.
Yeah, it felt like it should have gone. I think we deserved to see a tiebreak in that game, John, but it wasn't to be, with an absolutely magnificent 4 for the Australian, which I think we'll get to see at the end of these highlights, and what a final it's going to be.
The two of them have played against each other a few times, and Australia and New Zealand, of course, have a great rivalry because they're two very near nations. And here we have that final bowl where Mel Thomas concedes a 4 and the match to Carla Krizanic. Krizanic against Tayla Bruce. That's coming for you in just a moment. First bowl has been bowled by Carla Krizanic. And we're outdoors, and the TV rink is ideally situated. We can see our umpire slash marker there. That's Margaret Eames from the Wakefield Club in Nelson. And I just wandered around out there for a wee while beforehand, Alex, and there is a bit of a breeze, and it's should be at their backs at the moment.
We can hear a little bit in the players' mics as that wind sort of rustles through, but an absolutely beautiful playing surface, John, and we're going to see some very good heads.
That's Tayla Bruce, big correction on her first bowl, which we can't see, so obviously she was a bit overweighted. They've had 2 practice ends, 2 trial ends.
And of course the game's 2 sets of 9 ends, so no players ever really out of it, and we saw that happen a few times yesterday, John.
That's right. Gosh, we saw some big scores in first sets, and then the roles totally reversed in the second.
Carla just chasing that ball down, didn't get it quite as far along the green as she would have liked, and I think we'll see Tayla potentially switch her hand here. The white bowls look a little bit in her eye line. Nope.
No, she's not sick. They're a fair way back, aren't they? But on these opening ends, you're still feeling your way a wee bit.
It's okay, I learned long ago not to listen to our own commentary, John.
Well, she's made sure she's not going to hit them. She's gone very wide. We'll see what this draw is like here. It's pretty good. She's judged it well.
Beautiful stuff. That would be why she played the back end, John.
Yeah.
Great bowl there.
Yeah.
And these greens certainly running pretty slick.
So Krizanic has had her greens been pretty good. It's just that matter of getting the mind and arm operating together.
Yeah, and early on in the game, sometimes they just sort of go searching for it. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see her try to adjust on the draw, although it may, later on in the game she might look at this and go, I can just put the jack in the ditch, it'll be easy. But this sort of early couple of ends, try and find the right line and length.
So Krizanic with the blue disc bowls, which means that the markers lollipops that you can see at the back of her hands, behind it in her hands, the blue will be lifted and shown if it is the Australian who has the shot. At the moment that's at least 1 to Tayla Bruce and a chance to start with a good one. Now will she change her hand maybe and use her own one there? No, she drew that last one superbly, so
just call it rinse and repeat, John.
Yeah.
Do the same thing again.
Yeah.
Beautiful delivery. Tayla Bruce taking that nice high arc, and we saw it swoop back real late last time. And seen it again if she's got the weight right. Look at that.
Identical bowl.
Good start from Tayla Bruce. She'll be pleased with that, particularly as we can't see the first bowl on screen, so she's corrected well with the next 3.
And I think Marker has 3 red lollipops there, and yes, you can see them in the background. So a great start to this match, this grand final for Tayla Bruce, the New Zealand Player of the Year this year.
And this just another magnificent showing from Tayla. She's had a great sort of 12 months, member of the New Zealand Commonwealth Games team that came back with a couple of medals, won the New Zealand singles, and it feels like everything else as well. I think the jack overthrown there, so Margaret Eames delivering the jack back for a rethrow by Carla. So that's what happens in this game of bowls, John. If you misthrow the jack outside of the bounds, which doesn't happen that often, although on a windy day it does,
yes,
or into the ditch, it gets delivered back, and the opposition gets to redeliver it to their length.
Just hear the wind noise through our microphones there. Gosh, I don't know that Carla would have wanted that to go as far as it did. And it was a gentle push, wasn't it? And you see the flags up the top there, they're blowing sideways, aren't they? So it might be one of those days in which you can't really guarantee which way the wind's coming from.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll get an idea watching the bowls. When they get sort of blown around, you can see them snaking a little bit, but certainly today the forecast was for a much less gusty day than we had yesterday. Yesterday, of course, was held inside because we had ridiculous gusts, and we didn't. It was felt at the beginning of the day that the bowls would just get blown left, right,
it would
and
have
centre.
been hopeless. Yeah.
Today, less so. So hopefully, it will result in some good heads.
and the green's running pretty quick. They've had 5-ish days of play on them. We've had a couple of times where we've had to have people inside, but they're running faster now than they were at the beginning of the event. And Carla here, how's this for a first bowl? Not bad.
It's interesting where Taylor's first one went. She put the jack down and it went in the ditch, did it? I didn't see, but obviously out of bounds, so into the ditch. And her first bowl is also quite lengthy. She looks to be favouring that side of the rink. She played the backhand going the other way and on the forehand at the moment.
Tayla here looking to make her correction. It's certainly still very early on in this match, so we'll see a few feeler bowls, I suppose you'd call them.
The problem is, of course, you know, it's not a normal singles match of 21 shots.
Yes,
it's 9 ends, and by the time you settle down after 4 ends, you can be out of the match.
You blink and it's all
Yes.
over. And Carla had perfect weight last time, which she'll know, so just taking that little bit more green and willing it to pull up now. It looks like it's running on a little to me.
So this is might be a tricky sort of day. That, did it go into the ditch? Maybe. It was certainly deep. So Bruce staying on that side of the rink.
Smooth delivery. I think a slightly widened rink as well, same as yesterday. John,
Yeah.
the rink to international standard, so they don't have to fit 8 rinks of playing bowls on here. It's just 2 finals consecutively. As Taylor Bruce runs after that bowl.
See the flags way at the top of your screen there. It looks as though they're blowing across from left to right. So they're actually, in theory, playing the wide hand, aren't they? So it might be just a bit hard to gauge. 2 practice ends weren't enough.
This is a good line here.
Yeah.
Down to the weight from Carla. Willing it back. Look at it turn at the end.
Wow, so...
Well, she's holding 2 points.
Yeah.
And Taylor would think that there's plenty of room to draw the shot there, John. She'll expect that from herself.
Yes.
I see a good crowd beginning to build as well along the clubhouse side. Coming to watch this final of after what has been how many days? 7 days, I think, of pretty intense competition.
Yeah.
We've got over 25 countries competing, 40-something athletes from all around the world. They're national singles champions playing against each other to get to this stage.
Now she knows to go even a little bit wider, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's got the green. I'm
Yeah.
not sure about the weight. She'll be willing this one to slow down.
Well, she took extra green and...
If we look where it comes back,
Yeah.
it's just about, if that had been a couple of metres shorter, she would have been holding the shot there. So the green was okay, but it looks like we're going to have a high-scoring start to this game, John. You would expect it to be 3-all in about 17 seconds. No, maybe 20.
Big R came.
And we'll watch this one. See how much it comes back in. Oh. She'll want this to be counting as a bonus bowl. I think she has done it.
Yep.
She didn't waste any weight there, John. To the maximum, but three in there. So we've got a game that's all square after 2 ends.
Doing the scoreboard there is Joan Wilson.
Expert. That's very nice. Is it penmanship when you put it on a chalkboard?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that it seems like the right word.
Yeah.
Good penmanship from Joan. I like the Bowls New Zealand, the brim hat as well. They're a new thing we've got. We thought we'll cover more of the shoulders with with the shade.
Doing exactly the same at our club that I'm involved with, that promoting rather than caps, particularly for men. There's had a nice message from Mike Smith, the CEO of Cancer Society in Wellington, just saying what a good idea it is, and saying that the ears and neck as well as the nose and face need protection.
Absolutely.
And bucket hats, as we've got, Cancer Society approved bucket hats are the way to go.
Particularly in a sport like bowls where we do spend so much of our time outside and
Yep.
well, preferably in the sun.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you just look there at Tayla Bruce now, ears totally exposed. And it's quite good when you're young, you don't notice, but when you get to a certain age and the skin starts peeling off and you think, if only I, you know, they're all putting sun cream on, of course, so that's part of the deal.
And we see a shorter end here, John, than what we saw previously.
Yeah.
I'll be intrigued to see as this final goes on if we have one player favouring one direction, the other player favouring the other. You said when you were outside that the wind was blowing almost
straight behind them, so
it could feel like an up or downhill situation.
And yet there's a flag over on the far left of your screen there, but it's just hanging, because when I went down that end where they're bowling now, there was no wind, but it's changing all the time. It's not a steady condition at all. So always on the mat, the players are aware of any changes in the breeze. They feel it when they go to each end to find out, you know, where it's coming from. Is it stronger here? Is the building creating more or less wind? What sort of effect it's having? So they both opted to play this side of the rink.
Yeah, from the as we've seen, the majority of the bowls played on that hand here, John, which is interesting. Yeah. Perhaps that's what they found in the trial ends. Usually you go two bowls on one hand and two bowls on the other, and maybe that's the one that's a bit more forgiving, because it is certainly turning back into the head. And Carla as well on the back end, looking like she's going to follow this bowl down. Now getting the jog on, willing it to turn back. On these fast greens, sometimes they just don't want. It's like they don't want to stop. They're a stubborn bowl. They just keep going and going. You see Sue Wei's moved on from lollipop duties, John.
Yes.
In the background.
Yeah. So Sue Wei and David Burridge are the umpires for this match.
Oh, that's got caught out. You see that snake that little bit. So she was. If we look at the weight, she was too heavy, but it certainly. It didn't want to turn that much. It was that little couple of feet wider, and it just snaked that little bit on the last two-thirds of its track.
And two bowls from each of the players in the same spot, a couple of metres over. And they're nailing the green all right, it seems. It's just going to take a bit of acclimatising to the surface. As you can see, two ends played, 3 all.
Two very grooved deliveries from the Australian and New Zealander, and this one here looks like it could be on a better track. Willing it on, not to be. And an opportunity to bounce back with the two here, John.
Well, it's and there's a fine line. You see Tayla Bruce just holding a cloth there. You could see how much movement there was in that.
Tayla on the back end. She'll be focusing on getting her weight right here. Even underneath that bowl's fine if she's got the right weight. Now you're willing it to hold.
Yeah.
Hold on, she says. We'll find out. I don't think it's that shy. It only looks like a bowl short of the jack. And if she has made a 2 here, it's a reasonably loose 2. 1.
Just 1, yep.
That was cool.
So the white bowls belonging to Carla Krizanic of Australia. The black ones to Tayla Bruce of New Zealand. This is the final of the World Singles Champion of Champions. And it's 4-3 to the New Zealander after 3 ends. 3 of 9 ends, 2 sets.
You almost feel like there should be black and yellow bowls, John,
just
to add to the occasion. The Trans-Tasman battle that's commencing here at the Naenae Bowling Club. Tayla got the memo. She's using the black bowls, and I think they might have her cap number on them, if I remember correctly, as on her logo. She's got her cap number, and we see a few national representatives do that with their personalised sets of bowls, which I think is quite neat.
So you're meaning their cap number, the number they've been given by Bowls New Zealand as a representative? Other hand. And she might not play that one again. Let's see. That's wow. That's possibly 4 metres over. She shakes her head and can't quite get to grips with this. Now, Carla will stay on that hand because she picked up a 3 on the last end coming this way. She grimaces a wee bit, well, she always does, but that's not bad. Still, when we consider what she was playing indoors yesterday, it's a loose ball.
Difference, isn't it?
There you go. So, good 1.5 meters short. Well, I've got lots of people watching and listening, Alex. Good reaction from many of our viewers yesterday.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. To have people tuning in from all around the world. I think probably in the Northern Hemisphere we'll probably be putting people to sleep with our dulcet tones.
It's just what they need.
Tayla switching, we see a ball on the back end there, John.
Well, she played a first one down here and there it goes there. And so she had decided to change, and I wondered whether she'd stay with it, so I suppose now she's made the decision she may as well. It was a struggle for her going on the forehand last time down this way, wasn't it? She just couldn't quite nail it.
And
Carla, promotion here? No, not quite.
And the willingness one on. The issue on fast greens like this is that at the very end of your track, for every foot it travels forward, the bowls tend to do the same thing sideways. You'll see lots of bowls turn away just in that last few seconds of running. When you're just bullying them, you just want it to stop near. And Tayla looking, she switched back to the forehand.
And she knows it's a wide forehand.
Yeah, she's taken that line. Now the question is the weight right, John?
Looks all right, doesn't it?
It does. Brilliant. Look at that. And that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That last little bit of the track.
That's right. So inside, she would have been finishing on the jack and moving it.
Yeah.
But this time, well, if she'd sat on the jack, obviously, but just keeps on going.
Yep.
It's an extra half metre or more.
Yeah, she would have swung 2 feet for every foot that she's going forward in that last little bit. So something just to keep in mind. And the players, they've all played on these sorts of greens before, will understand. Carla chasing this ball down, looking like it's going to pull up to me. Disappointing there.
So she's got 3 balls in a line. So just undercutting a green.
We'll see Tayla stay on that forehand. She'll think, well, rinse and repeat my third bowl.
Do you think she's got shot there?
I think she does. It looks like it's level with me. I think the white bowl at 2 o'clock will be second shot, and Taylor's bowl that sits somewhere at the top left of your screen will be third. She's taken a good line again, John. Down to the weight. Watch this one. It's not far away.
How much to get hooked up?
Need a curling broom. Oh, beautiful green. Look at that green.
Yeah, so I'd imagine she'll be staying on that hand coming back this way next time.
Yeah, I agree.
She trialled it the other way and...
It's worth a go.
Yes, yeah. I mean, that's the bowl way to the left there. That was her opening bowl, which was probably 4 metres over.
Has been able to put a bit of pressure on Carla now. Tayla leading 4-3 in the set of 9 ends on the 4th one. Holding a couple now. Well, 1.
So it's the first time she's played this hand.
She's not far away, John.
No, she might just nudge that shot out.
She's not far away. Look at this.
Brilliant.
Potentially a bit unlucky there. Well, based on the crowd clapping, I'd say it might be a 1.
Well, I think, yeah, well, I wonder if it's even 2.
On that camera angle, it looks like the bowl at 5 o'clock. Good call. Get the measures out.
Yeah.
It was a great bowl by Carla, though, wasn't it? On that backhand side. So we've measured Taylor's bowl. That one's not in. This one might be.
This is the shot, isn't it? Surely.
There you go.
Yep.
1 to Carla. A great shot. Deserved 1 out of that.
So we're back where we started. It's been 0-all, it's been 3-all, it's now 4-all, and we've played 4 ends of 9. This is the first set of the final. Carla, Krizanic and Tayla Bruce, Australia against New Zealand here at the Naenae Club. Lots of blue sky, a bit of cloud, and the only problem is, and you can see the umpire in the background has got a jacket on, it's breezy. And that's the major problem for the players at the moment, is just getting to grips with it. And every now and then you'll see the bowlers probably stand on the mat ready to bowl, and then there'll be a gust and they'll just step back. And I think we're going to see quite a bit of that. It adds to the intrigue, though. It's an outdoor sport, isn't it? And wind and, you know, temperatures and rain, and that all comes
part
into
of it.
it.
Yeah, it makes it more satisfying when you can get one close like Carla's just about to do here, John. That's great. I think these players are beginning to zone in.
Yes.
They'll understand the right track to pick, and once you've figured out the track, it's not much more to get your weight right. Tayla looking to follow Carla down. Way back in, taking that lovely line as well. She's got the weight right, it's a beauty. It's not far away, John. Great start.
So maybe now the game begins.
Great start from both these players. 2 bowls within 1.5 foot of the jack. And I think once you find it with your first bowl and you know you've got it right, players at this level are quite capable of doing exactly the same thing with their second, third and fourth bowl.
Unlike for some of us when a skip will say, just play the same as your last, and
what?
And you're saying, oh, I didn't realise I'd played one. So, hard luck there.
A bit unlucky there.
Let's just tuck the jack up too.
That's good marking there from Margaret Eames. And Tayla just be looking to, well, it sounds easy, just draw back toucher, John.
Because for most bowlers, it's easier to gauge when you're given a finger distance like that. That's if you can see that far down the track.
Yes.
Than for someone to say you're 1 inch or
X amount,
7 inches or something.
Now, here's an interesting conundrum for Carla. I wouldn't be surprised if she follows this bowl up. Just have a look at how it's sitting. Because with her fourth bowl, there could be a chance to try and cannon Taylor's bowl off.
Yeah.
I think we'll see her follow this one. Just have a look at the head.
Any movement of the jack there, well, that's her next shot maybe.
Yes, yeah. Well, I think we'll see a positive bowl with her fourth.
Yeah, I thought she might have played it then, really, but she's setting it up so she's back there. She's got the 2 metre covered.
Yeah, she stayed on
got
down.
the back bowl, yeah.
That's a good shot, really. I think we will see aggression. It doesn't matter what she hits. She could cannon Taylor's bowl out clean, or if she got Taylor's bowl, there's jack movement, which isn't bad.
And the other side of it, Tayla looks to play defensively, maybe. Just to get one up and over.
Like if Carla played her forehand as we see it to hit the white bowl that sits at 10 o'clock on the screen, that cannons Taylor's bowl out clean.
Yep.
If she's narrow on that, she gets Taylor's bowl, which means Taylor's bowl will be gone when the jet goes back on the 2 metre perhaps.
And that's a good bowl from Tayla Bruce. So she's hasn't got the backest bowl, but it's in there.
I'll be intrigued to see what she opts to play here, Carla. She's just having a look at that little plant. It looks, don't even have to play a lot of weight, John, depending on how you're feeling.
Yeah.
Just to cannon Taylor's bowl out. Looks like it goes clean. If she gets it dead square, her collision bowl will follow through a little bit.
So really any contact on her own bowl will move the black and the jack probably as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it's just down to the weight that Carla opts to play. And on these greens, sometimes you see players heavier rather than lighter. You get the bowl to hold its line instead of drifting away. And I think as she line up on her forehand here, John, this could be a good bowl to watch.
Yes. Well, I'd say that's what we've been talking about, is what she's indicated she'll play.
Always good signs.
Bit of weight.
Here we go.
Looking for contact on her white bowl.
She's not far away, willing it to turn. Not going to have it to turn at all.
What happened down the back?
I heard the noise.
So she's now got the back bowl. It doesn't matter anyway. So Tayla Bruce holds a shot.
And it's just a simple equation of
Yep.
try and make it 2 now,
Yeah,
John.
yeah.
So we see Tayla walk back down. Very smooth, sort of classic New Zealand delivery.
Yes. Last bowl of the 15. Tayla Bruce holding 1. It's 4 all on the board.
There's the green, John. It's down to the weight now. Not to beat. And 1 to Tayla Bruce there. So 5-4. It just passed the halfway mark of this first set. And a good battle so far, which is what we expected to see. It's good to see. I've enjoyed that we've got a World Bowls flag, a Bowls New Zealand flag, and a Naenae flag in the top right of the screen, John.
Great.
We had to find the Bowls New Zealand flag. That was a challenge. We got there.
Locked on someone's case somewhere. So mid-length jack. Bruce had looked to be aiming for something a bit longer than that previously, and we sort of put the jack in the ditch.
And backhand.
Yeah.
After she nailed the forehand 2 times going this direction, so maybe she's decided backhand round the clock is easier, despite the 2 good bowls. Run over something on the green. Unless it's... Oh no, don't worry, it's actually on our monitor. Don't panic, it's fine.
Yep. There's not much on this green that would worry the bowlers.
There we go, I fixed it.
So, each using different sides of the rink. Big wide on that hand with the wind coming across from left to right. Krizanic nails it.
That's a great bowl there. Brilliant. And a resting toucher as well. And that's something we'll see outside, John. There's many more bowls. When you draw a toucher, the jack's going to stay closer to the shot bowl than what we saw yesterday inside, because the jacks aren't the heavy jacks, so they don't try and run away from the bowl when you draw up to it. And Tayla persisting on that backhand side, looking to make a correction.
Yeah, I think she's played this pretty well.
Not far away at all. Beautiful weight.
Yep. And a bit of a nuisance too. But I don't think we'll see Krizanic worry about that if she knows where it's situated. Oh no, she's going to play the other hand now, so she's opting for the backhand.
Probably just to avoid the possibility of bumping the jack back by mistake, perhaps. You just go, oh, I'll just put a bowl past, and we know the jack's moving sort of towards the 5 o'clock on your screen, about where this bowl's going to finish, I think.
Yeah.
Exactly there. That's where the jack's going if it's bumped, so a good shot there from Carla.
Tayla Bruce, a member of the New Zealand team to the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham this year, and a medalist, of course, and with such an outstanding record during the season, she was a very popular and deserved winner of the overall Bowler Player of the Year at the awards in Dunedin recently.
Absolutely. And Carla. The same pre-shot routine every time with Carla. Places the bowl in her hand. A couple of practice swings and then through, like we see there. And always a grimace.
Yeah.
Usually when it's a good bowl. Willing this one on.
Right, now, this is an opportunity here, although if as you said, if Tayla does manage to move the jack, it's not going to go back towards her bowls. The odds are it'll go the other way.
Yeah.
But she'd still like to get that shot out.
It's almost worth, she's not going to have a look, it's almost worth going to have a nosy.
Yeah.
This would indicate she's just going to draw, I think. I think she would have had a walk up to the head if she was going to play with weight, just to see exactly where the jack is going. So she's probably decided, if I drop a 1, we're all square, that's okay. What you don't want to do. No, it's okay, we're drifting. A little bit of wind there, John.
Yes, yeah. I thought she was going to come under that white one, and it would have been really pretty impressive, but...
No, there was a bit of wind that held that bowl out. And now Carla having a look. No, didn't look very long.
No.
I think she just looked at a bonus.
(5-4) the score. Bruce over Krizanic. The Australian holding shot here, though.
Looking to add that bonus on the back end.
Not a bad line, is it?
Yeah, she's got the track perfect. Not sure if she's got the weight. No, she doesn't.
No weight at all.
We see it locked again, John.
Well, look at that head. That's really scratchy, isn't it, from these players? And the reason is a lot of it to do with, as you saw the flags way up on the top there, off the top of the building. It's windy. There we go. So that's up high, which doesn't necessarily indicate what the strength of the wind is down below, but it is having an effect down below as well. And it's blowing into the clubhouse, so into that direction. So what it does after it hits the clubhouse and all those sorts of things. Although we're playing on, rink 2, so we're a wee way off the building, but not that far away that the wind is not rebounding and having an effect there. So,
and a jack thrown into the ditch again. We've seen 2 of those. 2 lost jacks in this final already.
Yeah.
Players will be irked at that, I would say. And Tayla with an opportunity to set the length to what length jack she would prefer, and opting not to move the mat. But we'll see where the jack ends up. We've seen a couple of short ones.
Well, do you think she's looking at it more as a length that's not suiting her opponent? Because really it's been quite difficult to work out which length is favouring the players at all.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I think we've seen some good bowls going in both directions from both players at all lengths and both hands. Which is perhaps why they're in this World Singles Champion of Champions final.
Well, as you talked yesterday about the default length, so just whatever feels comfortable.
Yeah.
You send the jack down and you think, right, that felt good. Now to transfer that to my bowl.
It doesn't sound like it makes sense, but it does feel like the same weight as a player.
Yeah.
I understand that a jack is a quarter of the size of a bowl, but it does feel the same. If you can throw the jack to exactly where you want it, there's a pretty good chance that your bowl's gonna go within a couple of feet as well. Just the feel of the thing,
Or
I think.
a couple of metres is quite handy, actually.
On the rink.
On the rink, yeah.
Tayla on the backhand, willing this one on. She's been playing this direction pretty well. Perfect green, not the weight.
Both wanting to add some weight to this, and
That's a beautiful.
Krizanic has done that.
Beautiful correction from Carla.
So the green's not bothering them now. They're getting that perfectly coming this way.
Now willing this bowl to turn back. I think that's the maximum green that she would have liked to have taken. And here we see that nice late swing that we get. Beautiful.
Gosh,
And
that
sit
came back
down.
a long way and sits.
So that's the perfect green. So she'll have locked that in her head now. That's the green I need to take to finish in line with the jack. Beautiful bowl. And a good time to do it at 5-all after 6 ends. This being the 7th end. Carla following that track down too. Not to be. I think Carla's using, they look like XGs to me, John.
Mm-hmm.
And all I can remember about Tayla's bowls is that they're Tayla somethings. If that helps.
Yeah.
Locked that line in. We watch this bowl turn back in at the end of its track.
Well, Carla's come down and had a look at that, and she says, well, there's some room there. If I can just sit on the Bruce bowl, I could have two. She won't be able to see the jack from down that end, and she knows where it is. It's the advantage of having a visit. The players are allowed to go down after their third bowl, or they can request it at any stage. Right, this is a big bowl for this end. 5-all is the score. We're playing the 7th.
On the back end, she's got the green right. It's down to the weight now. When's it going to turn back in? Oh, perfect green. Look, just that slightly overplayed. And a chance here for a multiple for Tayla. That's not that easy, really. She's got about a foot to draw.
I know,
a foot
that's
to draw
right.
2 shots.
That's right.
Not everyone counts, and it's that bonus opportunity. There's no other bowl to come after this one. So if she can get 2, sets her up pretty good. She'd be 2 up on the penultimate end. She's taken the right green for it.
Yep, not bad to there.
Not far away, John. Willing it to pull up now. Look at that.
Yeah.
Brilliant bowls there from Tayla Bruce, and it sat down. Not that it made a difference, it was 2 anyway.
An outstanding final bowl on the 7th end. We started with a 3. Each of them got 3s on their first end, so it was 3-all after 2, and since then it's been singles until now. We've got a 2 to Tayla Bruce.
Delivering the jack. And we'll see what hand she leads off on. She's been chopping and changing, coming back in this direction. We've seen some bowls on the forehand and some bowls on the backhand side.
And it's intriguing, really, isn't it, that coming this way, neither of them have really been on it. You know, there or thereabouts, but certainly not like they were going the other way. So playing the last end, going the reverse to what they're doing now, will probably be comfortable for both of the players. I'll be looking forward to playing that way.
Certainly. And Tayla here taking a nice arc on the backhand. We think it's the hand that doesn't turn as much. We can see there probably playing into the wind. Just pulling up there a little bit short. And that's almost set every bowl to be on the forehand side now. It's a bit of mud in the eye. We will see Carla on the forehand side.
Nice track here. Might even take the jack. Yeah.
Good bowl. Good bowl.
Pity she didn't carry it with her, but still excellent. Marker just waiting for the bowl to settle down before she sprays it. And with the jack moving, you'd think that Tayla Bruce won't be too worried about playing that same hand.
Yeah, you can stay on,
backhand.
yeah, absolutely. You can stay on the backhand because the jack's been moved. So to get back to the jack, you don't have to go through your own bowl anymore. And essentially, you can keep the exact same green that Taylor's already played.
Yep.
Willing it to hold up a gust of wind to be nice about now, please God. No, not to be. The right weight, John.
Yeah. Terrific weight, but she was always a bit narrow on there.
So she leads by 2, and this is the penultimate end. Carla must be sniffing a little bit of blood on this end. You know, she's put 1 close. If she can stack the head up, score a multiple here, I mean it'll be either all square or perhaps the Australian leading by 1 going into the last.
Gosh, she went wide that time.
Yeah, showing intent with this bowl. Look at that come
Yeah.
back. Sitting with a nice 2 there.
He's not far behind the jack.
On the backhand from Tayla Bruce, looking to make a correction, and as we watch this bowl struggle to get back, snaking a little bit, you can see the wind. Willing it on.
Oh, it won't be far away, will it?
No, it's not far away. Position.
Marcus just wandering around having a look, and she won and a measure.
This is the shot.
One and a half, she says. And Carla just be looking to make it 2.5, John. Trying to put that pressure on. It's the penultimate end. I think this one might be out in the rough somewhere.
I'm not sure. It came in from there last time, didn't it? But she's just going a bit.
The green's perfect.
Yeah,
you can see it level with, well, it's in line with the jack. It's just that weight, getting the weight right. And instinctively, when you take more green, you add more weight because the bowl's travelling a larger distance. It can be easy to slightly overplay. And Tayla Bruce having a look now. I don't think it changes her shot really, John. I feel like she's committed to that backhand.
Just stay that backhand, yeah, and just reaching it. It's sitting on the shot would be great. That would give her the shot, and it's a measure for second, so it should be just fantastic for her in this situation to pick up a shot, go to 8-5 playing the last. That's a really dominant position.
It's a lot different to being 7-all, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, take your time.
Look at that there. See, she's just
In the wind.
judging it. It is quite strong coming from her right to left, so she's playing the narrow hand.
Here we go. Important bowl in the context of this set. She's given that a chance here, John.
Yep, and in the gap would be great through there.
Wanting it to turn back in. This is a well played bowl. Good shot there from Tayla Bruce. Good bowl. Gave herself every chance for a good result there.
Some might say, oh, lucky shot, but it was one of the options that was there.
Certainly in the
inside
area.
edge on her own, get through the gap, push her own up. So there were, 2 or 3 opportunities, and she just needed to have the right weight, and she did.
The same story for Carla. She's got a chance here to pick up a 3 on this penultimate end through the shot bowl with a similar sort of weight to what we just saw Tayla Bruce play. She feels like going heavy as she can, but it's probably just worth a two-ish at that stage. And foot position, I think she might be going a bit quicker than what I thought.
Yeah, she's playing backhand here. Like she's played forehand all the way down. Oh no, she's playing forehand. I'm sorry.
Here we go.
Yeah, having a run.
She's close. If she gets past the front one, she's got it. Not to be.
No.
She was an 1/8 of a bowl tight end.
That's right. Gosh, yeah, that's a handy result there for Tayla Bruce, with 1 end to play in this first set of the final of the World Singles Champion of Champions. The New Zealand champion leads the Australian champion by 8-5.
And incredible how much Carla's bowl swung with the weight that she put it behind it, John. This is why we see in the Southern Hemisphere our bowlers tend to drive pretty fast, pretty quick on these faster greens than the game you might see up in the Northern Hemisphere. And we've got a men's final coming up a bit later on in the day between.
You just see how that jack, I was just watching it all the way down. It started off to the right-hand side of the white line as we were looking at it from here, and then when it got down 3/4 of the length, then it's just started to move across.
And the green is level.
Yeah. So this is this direction, as we were talking earlier, was one in which both players were picking the green really nicely. It looked as though they're more comfortable playing this way. Tayla Bruce seems to be preferring her backhand in these conditions. She drew 2 excellent shots coming down this way last time. So there we are. No change to the green. She's got that, and as will Carla Krizanic. 3 shots the difference. Krizanic yesterday in her match against Mel Thomas was behind and looked to be going into a tiebreaker when she drew 4 fantastic shots to take the second set and the match.
Here we go. She's played a good first one here, so it won't feel like much of a correction for Tayla to put one onto the jack. Just need to take the few feet off, and that's what she's done here, John, in fine form.
It's always comforting when you're the bowler and you see the marker move up to have a look, because the marker thinks it's about it could be a toucher, you know. With the chalk ready, it's handy. So that's a good first bowl here or second bowl from Tayla Bruce.
Yeah, she wants this first set to be ticked off the list.
Yep, change of hands for Krizanic.
How's the weight here? This is the tighter hand, so we might see it drift at the end,
Well,
which
not
we are.
bad.
She gets it square.
Whoa,
That's
terrific shot.
brilliant.
Wow.
Needed to happen. It's taken those 2 bowls of Taylor's out of play, and although there is a gap, I mean, there's a lot of room there to try and find the 3. At least she's got a chance, Carla Krizanic.
Now, does this force Bruce to change hands? No, surely she'll
I
just
wouldn't.
stay with that hand that she's been comfortable with.
Yeah, Taylor going to come have a look.
Yeah.
I think what we'll see is Taylor draw to the 2 metre mark on the backhand side.
Yeah.
But a ball there or thereabouts. But that's fantastic stuff from Carla. You know, that situation was looking very good for the New Zealand player. And Carla had a jack-sized target to move the jack back. When she successfully done that, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
Taylor just ascertaining the situation. And I think we will just see a backhand shot here, John. A long walk back down to the mat, isn't it?
Yeah, plenty of time to think about it. Then you turn around and look down there, and it's totally different to what you've just seen.
There we go, on the back end.
So 2 down, but with a 3-shot advantage. She needs to get something in there to make it impossible for her opponent to grab a 4.
Yeah, this is an important bowl. You want to do it with this one. And she has.
Oh, excellent.
Great from Tayla Bruce.
Now you'd think that Krizanic will say, right, I can just push that out and stay for a 3rd shot. Thinking about it, and possibly also waiting for the wind, but it's going through her mind here.
Decisions. She's got 2 bowls left. She needs to score a 3. The 3 will be fine. She'll be happy with the 3.
Yeah.
So it means that the next set's winner take all. So I suppose it's either you put one close again and rip, hope, and then back Tayla not to put another one close, rip it out with your last bowl, or you get rid of it now and add a bonus with your thing. I think she's going to play to get rid of Taylor's bowl here. Or go the jack. She's close to the jack, I tell you. Or the gap is what she was close to. It's a great effort. The equation's still the same for Tayla, though. If she's not got 2nd and 3rd shot, it's harder for Carla to score a 3, but you can still roll that bowl out.
Yes, another one in there, but not
next to the one you've got.
Yeah, don't give her a target.
On the back end. Lovely line here. She'll be looking to her wide, even if she beats that white bowl that you can see it.
Sit on the 2 metre mark, that'll do.
Screen. Good bowl. Oh, it's a good bowl if it stops. Which it has done. Hard shot here for Carla.
Well, it's a hard shot to get 3, isn't it?
It is. It is a challenge. 2's simple enough.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's a place that she can trail the jack for 3, because those 2 white bowls you see on your screen are level or low of the jack, and trailing the jack will move it back.
Yeah. So that bowl to the right of the jack is past the jack, isn't it? It's
yes, yeah, a couple of bowls past.
So she can't really use that to, ping the jack across to her or anything. So.
And we're presuming that the bowl at 12 o'clock of Tayla's is in before the bowl at 9 o'clock of Carla's, so she'd need to somehow find a way to get rid of both and stay there for 3. Certainly, it'll be a pretty impressive shot if she can find a way to make it 3. Otherwise, I think Tayla's probably sitting there going, well,
this is
a
it.
Chance at winning this first set of this final.
But multiple Commonwealth Games and World Champion medalist, Carla Krizanic.
There's a shot on, she'll find it. Playing that reaching weight. So looking square through Taylor's bowl to sit there herself and hopefully get rid of both. She's very close here. She's close.
Ooh.
That was
that would have been it, wouldn't it? Take out both of Taylor's.
Half a bowl wider. Taylor's 2 were gone. She would have sat there for 3 and I would have gone, well, that's a good shot.
That's brilliant.
Great effort there.
So it's just saying, doesn't really matter the score, but 1 out anyway, and one it is.
A good
or
first
is it
set.
1 to blue, 1 to blue, yep. So the first set has ended, and once the conditions were, we won't say mastered, but the players felt more comfortable with it and understood the conditions better. We've had some outstanding bowls.
Yeah.
A couple of loose opening ends where there was a 3 on each. The first to Bruce and the second 3 to Krizanic. So it was 3 all, then it was 4 all after 4. It was 5 all after 6. And then it was 8-5 with Bruce getting the biggest advantage of the day and holding on for an 8-6 win. So we're into the second set and the shortest end we've seen to date.
I wonder if that's the solution, because we know the players have been playing well going in the other direction. This direction they've both struggled, so we now see Tayla, Bruce, after persisting on the back end on the long ends, throw a short end and switch to the forehand side.
Yeah. So consistency maybe they're finding with the... Well, there we are. Well,
beautiful
good
line.
thinking. So she's been thinking about it. What can I do? It hasn't worked for me playing medium to 3/4 or long ends. Let's go short.
That's good stuff there from Tayla, Bruce, and Carla just taking her time, getting set up.
Very conscientious bowler in the background there, and the red floppy stopped when he saw a bowler about to play. David Burridge, who's the umpire alongside there, he would have been grinning as well and saying, good on you, mate. Well done.
Is it for the rear cameras or something?
Yeah.
That's the weight there from Carla. You see? Oh, we'll see. Margaret Eames, the marker. I reckon
closer than we think. Often it's the jack level bowl that wins it, isn't it? Often
it is.
And then you look down there and they say it's a measure, and you realise that, well, I'm that far away, that far short. So it's a good indicator of what your weight has been like. Yeah.
That's why we'll see the good players use the markers a lot for information. You are looking 30 metres down in green. It does look different, and Tayla will be disappointed with that bowl. The wind will be blowing in their direction, so the bowls will pull up faster and swing more. Carla on the forehand, taking a high line, but we know it comes back a lot. We'll see. It should come back into view shortly. And look at this. Look how much it's turning, John. You take it'll be almost counterintuitive for these players. They have to take a lot of green, and they've got such a big late swing. Beautiful out of the hand there.
Yeah, just a wee push, isn't it?
Tayla Bruce, of course, member of the Burnside Bowling Club, and they are not, well, their greens aren't slow, are they?
No.
So she'll be used to playing under a quick green, and that's a beautiful shot there from Tayla Bruce.
That is the shot too. This is the first end of the second set. At stake here is the title of being the 2022 World Singles Champion of Champion. 16 competitors started this women's championship. As
willing it back. Not to be.
Alex said earlier there's athletes from all over the world, so Zambia and Kenya and the Netherlands, Falklands, Cook Islands, Norfolk Island, Namibia, South Africa, Botswana, Malaysia, and others, more recognised bowls countries competing in the women's.
Well, it's been great to see, and the camaraderie for the players as well over the week as they've gotten to know each other. And we talk about what bowls is like in our country versus your country, but there's that shared love of a sport that's about getting one object close as you can to another one. Sounds really simple.
And you're right, they have enjoyed it, and what a lot of bowlers, visiting bowlers, weren't aware of is that here in New Zealand, as we see another pretty good bowl from Tayla Bruce. It's all run by volunteers here. The umpires and markers are all volunteers. Some of the club members have been running players around as a taxi service and taking them sightseeing. And
I was going to say, some of the Namibians went up a hill.
Yeah, up the Wainuiamata Hill.
I think we're going to see some aggression here just quickly, John.
I think so.
She's not been far away, but she hasn't made a connection yet, Carla, so I think she's due, and I think we're going to see a good connection here on this, the first end of the second set. Willing it to hold now.
It's not bad, is it?
She's close here, John.
Oh,
That's
gee. Now what's happened? Is it still that Bruce bowl? If she was not far away from grabbing a 3 there.
Well, we look forward to seeing that on the replay a bit later on.
Yeah.
I don't understand. She got that jack so square. Probably.
It bounced back.
Yeah, the lighter weight. It was a run shot. So the jack went square. Here we go. Here's the replay. Watch this. So she gets the jack dead square, and it hits that back pole at 6 o'clock square, and just bounces back a little bit. That's unlucky there from Carla.
And it's a single then on the first end of the second set.
A magnificent job on the replay too, by the way, replay people.
Don't press them too much; they'll just start to expect it.
No, that's my one. That was my one positive comment for the day, John. I just thought to get it over and done with it. 2-12.
So just to the left there, that's the club rooms here at Naenae, and people sitting outdoors, but also inside. There's great viewing areas from there, inside the cafeteria bar area, so there's quite a few people in there as well. And the support has been excellent.
And it is lovely conditions, really, John. Today, I mean, we've talked a bit about the wind, but it's not. I mean, look at this. This is a great shot here from Tayla Bruce. It's not excessive. They're able to play. We're not seeing jacks move on their own volition.
And believe me, in Wellington you do have that. Throw the jack down, you deliberately send it over to the next rink and know that it's going to end up back on your own centre line.
Oh, that would I wouldn't cope well with that. Good line here from Carla. Certainly the best bowls I think we've seen have been coming in this direction. Look at this. Great stuff.
And appreciated by the crowd here, and no doubt to you watching from wherever you are, but those sitting out here are very aware of the breeze that's blowing, the inconsistency of it, and the concentration that's required here. It's not just about weight and green, is it? It's about what's the wind doing at the moment.
Yeah, and being at peace with an occasional gust. And look at this from Tayla Bruce. She's settling into her work now.
Well,
that's beautiful stuff. Two great bowls here at home. Let's see how much this bowl comes back.
Shoving it out a long way, but that's where it needs to go.
She's got the weight right. It's perfect. Look at this break back. It's going to be in line with the jack. So that's the green required. Beautiful. And now the decision, I suppose, for Tayla is: do you go closer or do you go to the 2 metre mark? Because we know in this event the jack is respotted on the 2 metre mark.
Yes, you'd sort of think third bowl, put it down there.
Do you want to make the target bigger?
Yeah, put it down to the 2 metre. I think she's given it a bit more this time.
Sometimes the psychology is you just put one close and go on there.
Yeah, have a go.
If you think you can do it, do it. But that does backfire on occasion. So we see Discretion, the better part of valour. Tayla not quite making the 2 metre mark, but should be counting if the jack was respotted.
Banking on beating those 2 bowls of Tayla Bruce, delivering the perfect draw.
Carla here on a beautiful track. How's the weight, John? Goodness gracious, that was a good effort there. And I think we'll see Tayla now go back to drawing a 3rd shot. She's got the 2 metre covered. I suppose the danger is if she does draw on her backhand and pops the jack back on the draw weight, it'd be a disappointing way to drop a shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, do you think she just goes looking at that right-hand shot of Carla's, you know, just sitting there is quite nice. Moving the jack, where would it go? You know, squirting it maybe, but she's got 2, I think.
She's got a good 2 there as well.
Okay.
I'm not sure. What's Carla's options?
Yeah.
Problem is if it does kill, it goes on the 2 metre where Tayla was holding the shot. So I don't think we'd see Carla play a run shot, which is what Tayla would have been looking at. So maybe a cover bowl, on the forehand here. So if Carla was to move the jack back a couple of feet, Tayla wants to have a bowl there in the wings, waiting for it to come along.
I'm not sure she's played this hand coming this way.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't needed to, but she's played it well regardless. That's about where she wanted the bowl to finish, so that's a really good shot there from Tayla Bruce, and if the jack is moved, it's just narrowing down the area where it can count.
Yeah. Now, it has maybe given her a bit more of a target. That one out to the right, her last bowl. A bit of this and that goes on, and suddenly the jack squirts from there, but it's... there's a bit of luck involved in this one, but she knows what... Oh, she's playing the other hand. Does she going to play the backhand? Yeah.
On the backhand. I think we'll see weight, but not a huge amount of it.
Yeah.
Just reaching, just clunking into something, looking for a little bit of jack movement. That trademark grimace. As we watch the bowl come back into the head, it's not far away here. John, if it just turns in time...
I think she's going to be over, isn't she?
She had that that's the weight she was looking for. Yeah. Just enough to move something a little on that slightly too high line. And we'll see a 2 go to Tayla Bruce here in the second set of the final.
It's a tense match.
It is.
It's not just about an ability to bowl really well. It's about thinking what's going to happen.
As we see 3 rainers in a row, Dale, Linda and Trevor. Trevor has got a good solution to the bucket hat problem there, John, with the...
I think he was listening, probably.
Whatever you'd call it, a handkerchief.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, it's quite an impressive. It's a bit of Kiwi ingenuity there from Trevor. Obviously, Dale Rayner has played for New Zealand before, and will know Tayla Bruce quite well. And down here to support.
Previously, on the first end coming this way, Tayla Bruce threw quite a short jack. Managed to score on it.
Certainly it appears to be back to favouring the forehand in this direction. There's been a few ends experimenting on the backhand side. I suppose we know, at least on this hand, we know the bowl's coming back to the centre line, isn't it?
But what would seem so far, that's probably not wide enough that she's gone. It is.
Well, she was narrow.
Yeah, she was narrow. All the way, wasn't it?
Yeah, narrow there by an entire bowl.
Pathetic bowl, really, for a player of her class.
I'd be disappointed. But I'm not playing. Carla looking to follow it down. Margaret Eames not reaching for the chalk, which would indicate it's going to just go... Oh, she is.
Missed by miles, eh?
Yeah, both of them. So much easier when you're watching, to be fair. Don't think I've played a bad bowl in the commentary box, John. I've called a lot of them wrong, but I haven't played a bad one. Here we go, Tayla Bruce here.
Same green. Bit of weight.
That's good stuff.
Okay, take that back. Not the same green.
It ran longer, so it was narrower.
Yeah. Getting down to those bare patches.
Yeah, that sounds right. How's this for a good line? Just not quite finding the weight. Oh, she's covering the 2 metre mark. I'm unsure if that's intentional, but regardless, that's a good place to have a bowl really when you're one down like that. It sort of makes the percentage going bowl or jack on the run shot a bit higher for Carla, because if the jack does go out of bounds, it's just going to be put back next to her second bowl.
So when you rush out and interview the players after this, Alex, you'll be asking them how they found the conditions, won't you?
Yes, yes, of course, yeah. I'll just write that down for myself to remember.
And how much different it was going the other way, because look at this on the previous end, all quite a nice little area. And this way we've got one on the jack, and the next closest is a metre and a bit over, isn't it? Which isn't a bad bowl, I suppose, but now is this undercutting or holding? Undercutting.
Underneath with jack level weight. It'll be an intriguing last bowl coming up from Carla.
Yeah.
She's 1 set down. She's 3 down after 2 ends in the second set. It's only a 2-set final, followed by a 3 and tiebreaker if required. And it's not panic stations yet, but she'll be looking for ways to start scoring a point. You don't really want to go more than 3 down at this stage in this set, as we see Tayla Bruce here on the tight side as well, I think, John.
But second shot.
I'd be tempted to have a nibble here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some weight from Carla. She's been in the area and a little bit unlucky, to be fair, with her weighted shot so far, so due for a good result.
So with 2 young children back home, Carla has retired from bowls. This is probably the last time we'll see her, certainly the last time we'll see her wearing the Australian uniform in the foreseeable future. She has been and still is an outstanding player.
Absolutely.
And she goes
on the forehand with weight. Now, we saw it swing a lot last time on this hand with weight, and this time not to be.
Gee, that hardly moved at all, did it?
Unbelievable, really, that it held so straight. But 2 there to Tayla Bruce, and looking good if you're a New Zealand supporter. I'll tentatively say, and touch some wood.
Yeah.
But certainly a 5-0 lead in the second set after winning the first one. Now is the time for Carla to be scoring a point.
Back to the more consistent direction here. I see the Joan Wilson flicking over the numbers. A bit shorter going this way from Tayla Bruce this time. The numbers being turned over with the ends, which is 3, and the score 5. So the 0 up the top there is in blue. That corresponds to the colour of the disc on the Australians' bowls. The number in the middle you see there is the ends played, and
a very short end here, John.
Yeah,
as you
really
alluded
short.
to. I doubt that was on purpose.
I don't think so.
I'd be very surprised if it was. Suwei there looking very focused on the game. And she's to the right of one of those little... I quite like the sighters that the umpires use to see if the jack is in or out of bounds. Yeah, it's quite impressive. Carla here really does need to score. Slightly overplaying it. Good one to work from, though.
A bit of a tailwind going this way too, so just got to keep that in the mind. I think that's about where she wanted the jack.
I think you're right. Carla switching to the forehand side. I think that's just about her first bowl on this side of the rink coming in this direction.
Should have been playing it all day.
Oh, she's picked it well. Look at that. That's great stuff there from Carla. if she can score on this end, it will be interesting to see what she opts to do when we're talking about mat length and jack length and hands played to start off with, because she get an opportunity to dictate the terms, and she hasn't had that chance for a few ends now, John.
No.
Even if we look back to the other set, it was probably out of the last 4 or 5 ends, 6 ends, 7 ends, she's won 1 or 2. Just not getting that opportunity to dictate terms to your opposition. And we see Tayla following Carla down on that forehand side. Look at that. You can see the bowl snaking. That's the wind. That's the wind. 3 bowls in a group.
Yeah.
Imagine if the jack was there.
If it was, this would be a weighted shot.
You're not wrong. We'll see. Another one. And she needed to do this, Carla. She's 5-0 down in the second set. She wants to force a tiebreaker. Draw's not good enough. So now is the end to put some pressure on Tayla and see if you can score a couple of points, at least 1 point. If she's close here again, John. Great stuff there. If it just turns out a little bit more. Good enough. Although it'll be tempting for Tayla to get the rake, go to the garden shed and get the rake out. Got 3 bowls there that sit at 6 o'clock, and that looks like they want a jack to be nearby them. It's been good also to have Brett O'Reilly, the Oceania director for World Bowls, here on and off during the week, John, in his role representing World Bowls at this event. Certainly grateful to them to have international events like this on the calendar.
Yeah, Brett, we were just discussing commentary stuff actually when we're talking about Stu Scott, who used to do the radio commentaries years ago on Sports Roundup when it existed, and Stu and I have known each other for 100 years, and Brett was, as a new player, was actually doing a bit of talking on the radio, doing some reports and writing for the newspaper. And he and Stu sort of shared a bit of commentary, and then Stu took it over because he was playing too much bowls and it wasn't going down well domestically. So he ended up doing commentary, and I think he was busier doing commentating than he would have been if he played. But anyway, so yeah, Brett was involved in the media and quite often with bowls back in the day, and then he shifted to Auckland and started achieving business-wise. But has always kept that interest in bowls, and has always been a very good player as well.
Yeah, made a few national finals himself.
Yeah.
Lost to Peter Bellis in the mid-90s, and in the national singles final did Brett O'Reilly. And Tayla there just waiting for the wind to calm down and looking just to draw a second shot, so she didn't go to the garden shed for the rake, although she's played the weight for it. As a player, I can tell you that it's pretty frustrating when you put 4 bowls essentially next to each other and the jack is not there.
Yeah.
And conversely, a perfect end here for Carla. This is exactly what she needed to get back into the set, and she desperately needs this bowl to count as a bonus one. She'll be really focused on making it a 3 count here. Needs it to be a 3. Psychologically, Tayla will feel like she's got away with it if it's not a 3.
Because she's got lots of room to draw in here like that, and she's done it. Even if she sits in those black bowls, it'll give her a shot.
Great bowl.
Ooh.
Tried to keep running. And a great bowl.
That'll be it.
Yeah, that's so important, because Tayla would have gone up. I've dropped to 3 now, so you need to make that the actual reality. I'm an interesting conundrum, John, because as a New Zealander, I'd rather this be over and done with in straight sets, so I can just move on with my life. But for live stream and broadcast purposes, and for the final and the World Championship, we really do want to see a tie-break situation here.
The tie-break is such a wonderful invention. I just love it. You know, we've seen Alex and I were doing commentary from the north-south in New Zealand, North Island versus South Island, and some of the tiebreakers were just extraordinary, and they had developed from 2 completely opposite sets, where one person had won the first set convincingly, and then the opponent turns it around and wins the second convincingly, and often the second set winner has got that momentum and, you know, going into a tiebreaker really feeling good. And so it has been exciting, as we see just in the background there on the left there, Mike Kernahan.
The new floppy.
Floppy, yeah, I think he's got a Bowls New Zealand one there.
Yeah.
He said he still carries that. For people who've played know Mike Kernahan, he's had a favourite floppy hat for a long, long time. And I said, have you ditched it? And he said, no, it's still in my bag. He said, but it is a bit holy, moth-eaten. He said, but I still carry it there for luck. So it was his...
I was going to say, you're telling me he's a saint now.
No, that's right.
A relic.
Mm.
Certainly the one he's got in the bag wouldn't do a very good job of being sun smart, so replace it
No,
with the Bowls New
no.
Zealand one, fair enough.
Ah.
Interesting start here, so we see the momentum almost switching back, depending on the second bowl, to Carla's favour. She was 5-0 down, she's just picked up a 3 on a short end, pulled the mat up, thrown it to nearly the 2 metre mark, put one close.
See, now I think this is narrow because it has taken not much green at all.
You would expect it to be
Yeah,
tight.
and yet they have pulled up, so it ends up being not too bad at all. Tayla Bruce can't afford to be thinking about what if in that last end, and she, there are other options she would have been considering, but the main one was that she never drew close enough.
Yeah, she'll work towards compartmentalising that, and you just move on, get it, work it right down to the small bits. Let the bowl go, take the right green.
Yep.
And here, 2 loose bowls from Tayla Bruce. Wanting this one to come back. Well, I probably called that a bit early. It's not that loose. It's probably the shot, John.
Yep.
The crowd absolutely absorbed in this final.
Far enough out for Carla to get inside or work off.
Yeah. Asking this one to slow down, though.
It looks like, that seems quite a bit wider, doesn't it? Well, she doesn't want to nudge Tayla here.
If it
Not
sits
that
down,
way.
it's okay. No, she's made it.
Yeah.
So we can see there that Carla's bowl at 9 o'clock is level with the jack, and Taylor's bowl next to it is not. So you would think that Carla is holding one here.
I think we'll get it's a measure from the marker, do you?
Yeah, I think so.
Holding one.
Oh, brave. Who was that to?
To Tayla, I think, because last bowl was played by, played by Carla.
I think Taylor's holding one here.
Yeah.
Margaret seemed pretty confident with that.
Yes, yeah.
And Tayla, is she going to return the favour to Carla here? Don't want to be clunking into that white bowl of Carla's. Oh, she hit them both.
Yeah.
What's going on, John? Simple equation.
Draw the shot.
Well, it seems simple anyway. And we see this bowl now.
Looking to come under now.
She can't be far away. And she isn't. Great shot. That's great stuff.
That's beautiful bowl. Even just a wee flick off the inside would have been good for her, but she's drawn up dead.
It's that nice true draw. She didn't hit anything. That's just exactly where she was pointing it to go. And an ugly head for Tayla, because there's nothing, you can't afford to miss tight or heavy here, because it's all not brilliant where all the white bowls are. She'd just be looking to try and draw a second shot, really, and if your bowl runs on that little bit like we've seen, she might draw in for one.
If she has got second shot down there, she has to be aware of what would happen if she was to nudge her own, because it's a dangerous area.
Panic stations.
Inside edge, that'll do it. Oh gosh, that would have played onto the shot, wouldn't it?
That would have been an incredible result.
Just one, she claims. So Tayla Bruce did have second shot.
We see this set tighten right up, John.
The ends go over to 5 played. We've got 9, and the score is 4 to Australia on the blue, 5 to New Zealand. The green numbers, but red, in fact, is the colour that she's playing with. Here we go.
The mat pulled up again. The jack delivered. having a look just to see. Tayla saying, might check that please. We get to see the umpires. Just have a look at that roof in the background, John. Is he like, there's about 50 different colours.
Oh, it is, yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It looks like a painting, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure if it's on purpose. Oh, and there's a man up the top.
Oh, didn't he realise it's free entry here?
What's
Didn't
that
need to get up there.
Gets a good view of the bowls. Maybe he's trying to clean the roof. Who knows?
Yeah.
Not much to do with the bowls there. It just occurred to me as I was having a...
There he goes.
Yeah. What's he doing? I think he might actually be watching the bowls, John.
I think he's... I think he might be just patching a hole up there.
Watch your step. Yeah, he's okay. Well, that was good.
So that Matt...
did anyone see what happened?
Yeah, the jack wasn't up.
Brilliant. I'm interested just to watch in the background how the roof patching goes over the. We're here for the day, John. We've got a men's final to follow the women's.
Look, I've got a leak at my place. I just don't want to be reminded of it. Thanks. It's not Robbie Bird up there because he was wandering around with a toolkit on yesterday doing stuff.
Yeah, he's done a great job. Maybe a little bit far away to pop over to.
It might be
to that building. Right, so we saw the mat pulled back and the jack thrown. I would call that a mid-length, John.
Yes.
Five 4 to Tayla. And 3 ends to go after this one. Well, I suppose for Tayla it's just about settling back down again. We saw her play incredible bowls up until really the last end and the end before. So the first time I've seen her just get a little bit looser. So just be looking to settle back in.
Playing under a bit of tension, pressure here. Title at stake.
And certainly it's such a hard one to win because you have to win your national championship first.
Yes.
Look at this great bowl from Carla, and it sits down. Ooh. There we go. So that's a touch-up.
But Tayla had the perfect green first up.
Yeah, you have to win your national championship first. Sometimes that means you've won a club and a regional one as well. So some of the players here will have had to win 3 championships to get to this 4th championship. It's certainly a lot at stake and a great event to be running. Tayla willing this late swing which we've seen on this hand. There it is again, John. Late swing. Good second shot.
Carla, a bit of spring in a step here as she chases this one down into a good home. Oh, no, I thought that was a bit... I was thinking the jack was tucked in behind the front ones, but she's just still holding one.
How far behind
I think Tayla is halfway through a music bar.
And now she's got...
See, if we do that, John, all you can hear is this horrible noise through the mics.
She's probably got one of those caramel ones too, and it's all stuck in her teeth, and she's trying to concentrate on bowling and the flavours going through her mouth.
I did make the horrible mistake of buying us popping candy, John, which I realised was just a bit silly. As we see Tayla here. That's a good second shot.
Yeah. Right, still 1 in it. We could be, with a couple of bowls to go, heading to 5 all, playing the 7th. But Bruce has got the best positioned bowls for something to happen. She has 2 just over the jack. Krizanic has the shot, playing on the forehand now, just needing to add a metre, or is she just going to make sure she's matching those bowls of Bruce's.
Should be willing this one to come back in for second shot if it can, John. As we see this bowl, that's brilliant stuff. Look at that from Carla. Magnificent bowl. Got no more superlatives for that, really. That's just brilliant. And Tayla,
hard to get at, isn't it?
It is. The only, I suppose, that backhand side as we see it, it does swing a lot.
Yeah.
So if you can get around the front bowl with 2 metre mark weight, perhaps that's the way to get some jack movement. I don't see value going on the forehand side because I think a bowl sort of gets locked around. You'd probably still drop a 2. I think Tayla will be looking for a way to get onto the jack, and it's either.
Well, if those 2 were to go, you know, so she's
great,
I think you're right. Backhand to be.
I think we'll see a swooping backhand shot. So she'll look to clear that front bowl we see at 6 o'clock, get around that, and hopefully the bowl turns enough to swoop onto the jack, and we'll see the jack spring either to the left or the right.
Just stopping halfway to peer back at that, so she's got it firmly on her mind what the shot is.
Here we go. Tayla Bruce leading 5-4 in the second set. 2 down on the head. Opting for the dead draw. Look, is it going to turn enough, John? We've got a big swing on that hand. Fair effort, but not to be. And the New Zealand women have a strong record on this event, John. It's been running since 2003 and 2005, which you'll remember well as you were commentating in it. Sharon Sims made the final, lost to the Malaysian representative in 2010. Jan Khan won this event in 2011. Jo Edwards won this event in 2012. Sandra Keith won this event. And then a small break in 2018, Jo Edwards won it, and the last time it was run in 2019, Debbie White made the final. Kylie Whitehead. So
Debbie,
good. A strong showing from the New Zealand woman in the past at this event, and Tayla, another one to have made the final.
You mentioned Jan Khan, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame at the awards earlier this year.
She was. From that very famous Khan bowling family.
6-5, Australia, represented here by Carla Krizanic. Lead 6-5, having dropped the first. If she maintains this lead, we will have a tiebreaker to determine who is the World Singles Champion of Champion for 2022.
Look at this bowl come back. Carla really hitting her straps now. It's a lovely bowl. It's one of the first bowls we've seen finish wide on that hand, which is an indication that Carla's taking her green properly. You know, you're not finishing underneath it. You're leaving that bowl take its nice natural arc. Tayla following down on a tidal line, so she's looking to rest the bowl of the jack here, and she's not far away, John. Look at this as it comes back into the head, resting the bowl. Oh, just about.
Yep, I think so.
Cool scattered applause on that one.
Not at all fazed by that.
No, both players certainly have good body language. I still haven't recovered. Lee Schreiner yesterday put the jack in the ditch beautifully, went back, poured himself a cup of tea.
2 metres covered there.
Here we go. Blue or red? I think it's 1-2 blue. I think the Australian's still holding on.
Oh dear, I think it's the other way, but we'll see. Measure. Oh, there you go.
Oh, we're both right at the moment.
Yeah.
Back of the ball, front of the jack, the level.
Which sort of suggests it's in a dangerous situation, isn't it? But she'll still play that hand?
It does.
She's
Tayla
considering it, yeah.
6-1, half dozen the other.
She's changed her mind.
Yeah,
over to the backhand.
I like that she made that decision before she stepped onto the mat. Just making it clear in her own head what she wants the bowl to be doing. Beautiful delivery there on the backhand side. You'd be 2 metre weight. If you hit anything on the way, it's good news.
Good track. Good track.
It's a well played bowl
Inside
here.
edge.
Well
Jack.
played bowl.
Oh,
Great shot. Really nice bowl there from Tayla Bruce in this more challenging direction. Carla on the forehand, that big swinging hand, so it may look wide at a glance, but it will come back if she's got the weight right. Chasing after this one. Finishing in an okay spot, really. She's sort of 2 metre mark weight. What does Tayla do now, John?
Yeah, well, you know, any miscalculation, and if the jack trickles at all, she's got to be perfect with a weight here, doesn't she? She'll want to be over anyway, but one's a good score. If she can get 2, that'd be fantastic, but she's just aware of the fact that Carla has those bowls behind her. Whoa!
Are you okay, John?
Oh, my word.
Deep breaths, it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that worked out magnificently. Great shot there. Taylor's drawn a touch on her forehand and her backhand. Never any danger.
Yeah, no danger.
Oh. And I think we're going to have to see weight played here from Carla, who's dominated the last 2 or 3 ends of the set and now finds herself staring down the barrel of a good 2 down, courtesy of 2 great bowls from Tayla Bruce. So I think we're going to have to see a positive bowl.
Well, I just wonder because she's missed with each one, hasn't she? And so it takes a bit of your confidence out.
She hasn't been far away.
No.
Which would be the frustration. And again, we
yeah,
see this bowl.
wide, missing wide all the time. That was a big wide too, wasn't it?
Yeah. So it was sort of bowl that she would have let go and known immediately that it's not coming back. And an opportunity here. This is the 7th end, so we're going into the penultimate end. Tayla has a chance to take the lead back, and remembering that a draw is good enough to take a world title in this final set.
Still 3 ends to play, or 2. Well, it's the 7th now, so after this 2. So another bowl exactly we should put a previous would be fine, and it hasn't got that same danger.
She's just a bit of adrenaline there, I think. I think Tayla knows that it's getting to the crunchy point of this final.
Yeah.
A forgettable last bowl, but the second and third, to draw a toucher on your backhand, training the jack back at a few feet, and then switch to the forehand, draw another toucher, which was never in doubt.
Albeit giving us heart palpitations.
Oh dear. We can see there the indicator on the scoreboard that New Zealand won the first set. Drink coasters that have been repurposed, which I thought was quite clever.
Is that what they are?
And the man has gone from the top of the roof as well, John.
Now, this is exactly the length she had where she put 4 bowls right on that spot, isn't it?
That's where the bowls went.
Yeah. Okay, Carla, you know you can do it. She'll be thinking to herself.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. On the back end, leading by 1. Penultimate end. So essentially, if New Zealand scores, if Taylor scores on this end, she'll be feeling reasonable.
Yep.
As a draw would be enough. And she's taken a lovely green here. Watch this bowl come back into the head. That's good stuff from Tayla Bruce. Good first bowl.
Well, she might, if she goes on to win this, she might look at that previous end as the one that saved her, because Carla was in a bit of a groove there and bowling delightfully, and she was coming this forehand last time too, wasn't she? She drew 2 buttes, a bit shorter end then, but you know, she's got this one on target.
That's the line. Not quite the right weight there from Carla. So if you're watching this game, don't go away, because after this we do have the men's final, John, between Sam Tolchard and the Malaysian representative whose name has escaped me.
Look at this. Izzat.
Izzat, thank you. And Tayla settling into her. Yeah, this is good stuff for the New Zealander. And the crowd certainly totally involved in this game.
Looks to be about jack level, that last bowl, so the Australian will be able to use it if she needs to.
Willingness one to hold up a little bit. Unsure if she's made it. We'll get indication from the market.
Yeah.
It did keep running, that last bowl of Carla's.
You're holding one.
New Zealand holding one.
Now she wants to know how far short is that Australian bowl.
Yep, here we go. Here's the next question.
Yeah.
Oh no, she's just
play the other hand. Yep. She must be using one of the bowls that was a toucher last end. She stopped and wiped some of the white off it.
I would have left it on with a bit of confidence. Now there, I'll just I've pre-marked the bowl.
So change of hand. Played it well.
Oh, look at that drift. That's a bit of a snaking situation that you get, but working out well. She's put her bowl in right behind the jack.
It's only 1 point the difference on the board, as you can see. We're playing the 8th end. Bruce is holding shot for the moment.
She's not far away, Carla. Willing it to turn back in square.
Yeah, so that might be 2. Outstanding shot under pressure.
Brilliance from the Australian. 2 there. That's great. She had to get that bowl there. If she was even an inch wider, John, they both would have disappeared. She would have only made a 1 at best out of that. Showing a lot of fight here. And they've been close sets, really. The first set 8-6, this one 7-6 at the moment. 2 well-matched opponents, and we're getting the final that we wanted to see.
So Bruce, a similar shot, really. She's handily positioned with bowls just past the jack. Sit the shot bowl. Move the jack back. Options here. Looks a good track. Just needs to hold its head.
Close from Tayla.
Ooh, no, so big opportunity now for Australia's Carla Krizanic to take the lead again. Well, she's got the lead now. She's holding 2. 3 here, and all of a sudden this is on.
It's been a roller coaster. It's been a roller coaster, John. This thing I don't know. I'm torn. I think I want to see the 3 extra ends, just for the drama of it all.
Yes.
But I also would like to hear our national anthem and remove the stress of having to watch that happen over the 3 extra ends as well. I'll just to clear my pretty clear bias now, if they haven't picked up on it.
So 5-0. It was Tayla Bruce leading after 3 ends. Then it was 5-3, 5-4, and the Australian took the lead at 6-5. Dropped it to 7-6, now has 3 to go to a 9-7 lead playing the last.
Yeah, great shot there from Carla. That's perfect. And we've seen her do that this week. You know, there's not really a head that you can look at or a situation you can look at when you're playing her and think, I'm safe now. We watched her against Wales. She was 4 down last end. Made a 4 happen. She had to play bowls. You know, she had to play the shot play to get that happen. She moved the jack with her 3rd bowl to give herself room for the 4th. So I've been very impressed. You know, certainly it's no surprise when you say, well, she's won 2 world titles and 2 Commonwealth Games golds. It's unsurprising when you're talking about Carla, and did it again there. And now we see the Australian take a 9-7 lead going into this last end of the 2nd set.
And you wouldn't bet against her putting one right on it with her first either.
I'd be absolutely unsurprised.
So playing the forehand, the wide hand, which she's managed to control very well. It took both the players a long time really to settle down in the conditions.
And 15 points scored apiece as well, John.
Yes.
If we look at the set scores, so I think indicative of this very even match. And Carla, she will have been wanting to be a bit closer than that bowl with her first, and an opportunity for Tayla. Remember, if Tayla does score a 2, that's enough to take this world title. hear the wind in the microphones. Good bowl here from Tayla Bruce. That's great stuff. Look at that.
Oh.
And a toucher.
Yep.
Putting the pressure on.
Second shot, that's what she needs all the way through this, is to have second shot. Krizanic.
That same pre-shot routine every time. Getting the grip right first and then hopping onto the mat.
Just a bit wide with her last and a bit heavy. She's taken too much weight off this time. She has.
Right, so now we see Tayla Bruce with a metre of room for two. Two being enough in this situation, and she'll play the forehand again. See how good her memory is. If she does the same thing twice, she'll sit with the world title.
It's not a bad line.
Great bowl. She's holding two, John.
Yeah.
Decision time now for Carla.
Change of hand, do you think?
This one?
Yep, switching to the backhand, and the weight that she uses here will be interesting.
Well, this is where she can draw a second shot, isn't it? Or make sure she has second shot.
Chasing this third bowl down.
Yeah. Targeting that last bowl or
she's
the
in
jack.
The area, John. She's in the area. Willing it to hold up.
Oh.
Swooping across. She's not, I don't think she's in the count there.
No. No, the jack is off the centre line.
There's a big question here of Margaret Eames, because it's the difference between holding a world title and... Yeah, well, now she... I would go and have a look. Go have a look, Taylor. Okay.
Well, here she's got to play the same shot as she did with the, both of her first and second, sitting on that last shot of. She just doesn't want to get the outside edge of it and knock it in.
I suppose it doesn't change the shot that Taylor was going to play, so that's actually wise from
look
Taylor
at this.
here. Yeah, fair call. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Willing it down. That's great. She's holding the world title in her hands now, John.
So we might be seeing the last bowl coming up now. Carla Krizanic, this outstanding Australian. 2 world titles, 2 Commonwealth Games golds. She's at the end of her career, and she would dearly love to be singing Girt by Sea to cap off this wonderful career. But this is the bowl that will seal this match. She didn't miss by much with her previous one.
On the backhand with weight. Willing it back down.
I think she might have
Willing
gone
it back
wide.
down.
She's wide, and that was the last bowl. We'll see as Tayla Bruce has a look and says, yes, I agree, I've got 3 or even 2, it doesn't matter. And so the champion for 2022, the World Singles Champion of Champions, player with a fantastic record throughout this, just adding to what has been a fabulous year for Tayla Bruce of New Zealand. Just holding her nerve and under immense pressure. They're both grinning. They both know this has been a really good game under quite difficult conditions. And all the players and spectators here will recognise that this has been a classy act today by 2 outstanding players. Tayla Bruce shakes the hand of the marker Margaret Eames, who now fills in the scorecard, checks the time. The players pick up their bowls, and for the woman in the foreground there, Carla Krizanic, it's second place. And for Tayla Bruce, it is the title. And we saw some outstanding bowls. Some luck in this sort of game with the wind playing such an impact, as you could see there in that particular illustration. But each of these players produced some great touches. Each of them were wayward in a fashion that you wouldn't expect. You look at this head here, for example, how spread out they were. Tayla Bruce managing that backhand side nicely, the wide hand coming in this direction. And in the other way, it was Carla seemed to have the measure of the wind and the conditions on that hand. In and out went the bowls. We got right down to that last bowl of the last end. Unfortunate with that shot there from Carla early in the match. But playing it brilliantly at times. It was never a foregone conclusion, this match. Lots of jack movement. Unfortunate there for Carla when she just nudged the bowl of Tayla Bruce in. And here too when she had a little run shot and the jack just popped hard against the back bowl and stayed there. Beautiful draw shots. Some sublime play from two of the world's best. This was the one. And here was the final bowl that saved it.
Well, here I am with the World Singles Champion of Champions winner, Tayla Bruce. How does it feel?
Amazing. I am just digesting it all at the moment, but I think it's just an incredible opportunity to be here. It's not easy to make this event because our nationals winning that is hard enough in itself, so to make the most of the opportunity here, I'm just thrilled. Yeah.
That's a good answer too. And just quickly, how have you found, or can you talk us through how you found the event? We've had sun, rain, wind, and obviously about 40 different competitors. What's it been like psychologically working through this week to get to this final?
Just constant adjustments, to be honest. Every game feels like a new tournament almost, changing surfaces and changing competitors. And it's been quite an unpredictable event in that sense. So I'm really proud of how I've sort of adapted to everything, all the changes that have happened, and again, just made the most of the chance to be here.
For sure, and we saw in that final, certainly the weather played a little bit of a part. I wonder if you could just tell us how it was for you to be firstly participating in that final and what it was like with that we had a breeze coming across. We saw just some of the logic behind your decisions there.
So in the first set, we were both a little bit scratchy, to be honest, trying to figure out, it's such an adjustment from the indoor, speed and line-wise. So yeah, when the breeze came up, it was just another wee thing to think about. I did swap hands a little bit in that first set to try and figure out what was the best way, whether round the clock or stick to the one side. And then I decided just to stick to the one side in the end and just give it green and hope that it comes back. And it seemed to work out all right. And yeah, just reassessing the green as you play, but also try not to overthink it too much because it's easy to do that.
Oh, brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Tayla. I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your family and friends who are here to support you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day and the men's final that's coming up.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Thank you.
Back to you, John.
Very good answers. Tayla Bruce, the champion for 2022, the Women's Singles Champion of Champions. The women's final played out here at Naenae, the men's to come shortly.
Well, John, we're back after, well, I've recovered now from that incredible women's singles final where we saw Tayla Bruce crowned the World Singles Champion of Champions champion.
Yep.
And we're here now to watch the men's singles champion of champions.
Well, and she gave us some great answers to your questions as we have a look now at Sam Tolchard's progress to the final, where he had the bye through to the semi-final but beat the impressive Gary McCloy of Ireland. And Izzat Dzulkeple of Malaysia had a really tough battle against Lee Schreiner, the
graphic that we get there, John. I think what we see here is England versus Malaysia. Now, we didn't live stream Sam Tolchard's semi-final, but we did live stream that absolutely epic encounter he had, Izzat had with the defending champion Lee Schreiner. So I think we've got some highlights of that now, and then we will move on to coverage of the men's singles final. Cool.
Perfect.
Look at this. Magnificent. Say thank you.
Oh, no, he's not going to draw it dead, is he?
That's brilliant.
Oh, shit.
He's just played some absolutely great bowls. We've come to an end.
What a game. That was a...
Didn't Dzulkeple play well in that game, John?
Unbelievably. Because Lee Schreiner played some outstanding shots. He was anything with weight on, he was brilliantly accurate. And yet, as we saw in that little package of highlights, so too was Izzat. He was on the ball all the time, and he had to play out of his skin to get there. He's a 30-year-old, and we'll see, I think, looking at this here, scratchy, but we'll see some accuracy from these players that'll be brilliant. I think the weightage, I'm looking forward to a bit of attacking play because they'll both do that.
I agree, and I think we'll see a similar thing that we saw with the women's final. First 2 or 3 ends, they found their way and then just tightened it right up.
Well, having looked at how impressive they were, but I liked what Tayla Bruce said about adapting to the conditions. Really hard stuff out there, and as she said, I was really proud of the way I did adapt, and that was the key to it for her. Well, both those players played well. Rightly
so. As we see, this first end, a bit scratchy, but that won't last for long. They'll tighten up their bowls.
So Tolchard, we're using the white bowls. It just makes the fine alterations here.
Yeah, he's played well this week. His Sam Tolchard, one of the ones that popped out for me, having watched the week of bowls. He was got all the shots in the book, plays a good range of dynamic bowls, does Sam. Had a lot of success up in his native England. The 30-year-old.
Yes, I think as I said yesterday when I was chatting to him and I asked him, how old are you? And he said 30, and I thought he said, I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd said 13. Very young looking man, but he's been playing bowls for 12 or 13 years. Now, just finding this a bit awkward. Good idea to take his time.
Yeah, bit of experience there on his backhand. He had an answer for everything in the semi-final. Lovely delivery.
Took the break in the wind then, didn't he? Suddenly no noise at all. So nice clear sky out here, but the wind just making life difficult. It's just the one shot in it.
Slightly overplayed there. Steve Sargent there, our marker. And on this first end, a chance to make it two, John. On the forehand, look at where he's standing on the mat.
Yes. Way to the left-hand top corner.
Interesting delivery style.
There's a great track through there for him.
Yeah, beautiful line.
What's his weight? Yeah.
Just kept tracking on, so I think it'll be a one there to Sam Tolchard.
Yep.
On this, the first end of this men's singles final.
The opening 3 or 4 ends of the women's final was also quite scratchy as the players tried to come to grips with the conditions. Malaysian contingent here watching just in front of us.
And Sam has 4 medals from 3 different Commonwealth Games, John. A bronze in the pairs in 2014 in Glasgow, a bronze in the fours in 2018 on the Gold Coast, and then a silver and a bronze at Birmingham in the men's pairs and fours respectively, so been around for a while.
Getting to using the wide hand, that forehand for the right-hander. Izzat will use the same by the looks of things.
We found this way we thought was slightly uphill, didn't we? Well, felt uphill. It was more that the wind was in the way.
Yeah, weight not too bad, but he'll make that correction. He looks curiously down, wondering what he's going to do next as Tolchard plays the wide hand again, but might be just under his own bowl. Is he inside Izzat's? No, not quite. So the Malaysian holding shot on the second end. All the players involved played indoors yesterday on the artificial because it was just too windy outside, so they're adjusting to coming back onto the live green.
And Sam Tolchard looking for a good third bowl here. Rolling it back.
Yeah, just a great adjustment of his weight.
Yeah, good shot there from
very
Sam.
good.
Big hand. Quite wide.
Just engaging with the marker. That's good. Happy to chat and talk about stuff until it gets really tense, probably. Now, is he around the short bowl of Tolchard? Is he under the shot bowl? Does he sit? He does. Oh no, not quite. Oh, but it might still be.
Sits down.
Yeah,
good shot there.
One to Malaysia.
And still very much finding their way, these players, on the second end, John. Sam, very compact delivery.
It doesn't mess around on the mat, does he?
No,
It's
there's no
pretty
making
much,
around.
I know my line, I know what I want to do, I'm just up and playing it.
Willing this one on, and you just see a little bit of frustration shown there. It's not to be. Izzat holding the one. And there's half. If you're brave, you go play your backhand,
absolutely.
roll the white ball out
Yeah,
for 4.
yeah.
That'd be cool to see.
Yeah. And even if he plays the forehand and moves the jack slightly, he could get 3.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he's got options. Let's see what he does.
There's chances for excitement.
And probably indoors, he'd be quite confident of doing either of those. But outdoors, at the moment anyway, till they get to grips with the green and the conditions, maybe not.
A little more challenging. Line it up on his forehand side. Very groove delivery. Big step. Izzat on his forehand. I like the way he chases after his bowls, John. And he seems to run left, right. Yeah, there he is there. Walking the opposite direction to the way that his bowl's coming back into the head. I'd find that far too stressful. I have to watch where it's going. And Steve Sargent indicating 1 there.
So 2 ends gone, and it's 1-1. This is the final of the men's World Singles Champion of Champions. On the board is Michael Ayres, one of the umpires here. The umpires, yes, I mentioned earlier, all volunteers. They pay their own way here. They are keen to do their job. They're enthusiastic without doubt, and
good to have them. And Izzat won his way here by winning his national championship, and this was the 3rd time he's won the singles. But it was a month after he got married to Arisha, his wife.
yeah,
and he dedicated that win to her, who he says brings him good luck. The wise man.
yeah. Do we know if she's here?
No idea,
I don't
John.
think so. No, that was it.
Hopefully tuning in to watch the broadcast. It certainly has been a great. There's been some great support from the Malaysian contingent. I think we mentioned it yesterday. They had the High Commission popped in a couple of weeks ago to have a go at bowls, and we've seen them come in periodically over the week with the Malaysian flags to support their representatives, and good to see that national pride as we see Sam Tolchard here. And we'll start from now, I think, to see the players get to grips with this rink, and we'll see more bowls like that. Stalking after this bowl on his backhand side. For the international viewers, these greens are probably running 16-ish seconds, although it's just occurred to me I could literally, I'll just time it and tell you how fast it's running.
I do hope Bunnings are spending money at this club. They're getting plenty of promotion out of it. So, Naenae, here's an opportunity to add to your coffers. Just whip across and tell them about all the free publicity they're getting. And
always get a good sausage and bread at Bunnings.
Yeah. I tend not to go there for those.
Before we get back to the bowls, just quickly, I discovered, John, if you're ever wondering, Gilmore's sell big bags of cut up onion, already pre-sliced onion. And if you're ever running a sausage sizzle, much easier than cutting the onion up yourself. You just buy these big bags, caramelise them, and you're happy days. Home and hose for any bowling clubs listening. And I forgot to see how long.
That's really, you were timing.
I've lost
But
it.
it's much more interesting to hear about the availability of pre-sliced onions.
Well, that's exactly the thing, and you know, it's I found it helpful. Right, here we go.
So Tolchard pushing it out to that wide side. He's already got the shot here with perfect green last time. Just added a bit of weight to it here. Another perfect green too. So he's looking pretty sharp at the moment and has the advantage with 2 shots here on this 3rd end.
Took 17.5 seconds from the time it left his hand to the time it stopped, John. So certainly on the faster side, this green. And after 4 or 5 days play, that makes sense as well. It's hard to keep the speed up, I suppose. Are we going to get a bit of chat between Sam and the marker?
Yeah. Playing here the narrower hand, the forehand, coming down this way.
And Izzat willing this bowl to break. I don't think it's going to, and Sam here with a good opportunity for not a loose three, but certainly a three that he'll be pleased with having managed to get, I think.
It's interesting bowls from Izzat there. He's constantly looking at the wind, basically, isn't he? And it's very much influencing his game. Whereas Tolchard is just on the mat and confident that, as Taylor Bruce said, you just got to go with it. You know, you can't let it dictate the way you think. Don't overthink it, as she said.
Sam on the backhand side.
This looks pretty good, isn't it? Just enough up for a third.
Willing it on, willing it to hold.
No,
You see these bowls, they turn away. He set out. Maybe only two there, John.
Yeah.
And two it is, indicated by Steve Sargent. A reminder for those viewers who might be tuning in at silly o'clock in England. What is it in England? It must be close to midnight. It's 2 sets of 9 ends, so this is end 4 of 9 for this set. They'll play another one of 9 ends, and then perhaps a 3-end tiebreaker.
Leaving the mat back and putting up a shortish end.
The halfway mark. And Sam on the forehand. Now, we saw that side of the green, or rink I would say, was widely preferred in the women's final, John.
Yeah. Mind you, Taylor Bruce, who won the women's final, said it took her a while, didn't it? She switched around all over the place. She was playing backhand, wide hand, narrow hand. Would she play around the clock or favour one side and all this sort of thing? And it took her a few ends to really settle down, she said. So, and it'll be the same for these. Only had the 2 trial ends, that's all.
Izzat on the forehand as well, on the big swing. Watching this bowl. As he should turn real late. Look at this, John. Good shot there from Izzat.
So do we think now the game has begun?
Izzat.
Sam Tolchard willing his bowl to turn back in. I mean, at least you're missing past the aren't you, John? It's sort of your consolation as a player when you miss by a couple of metres. It's like, well, at least I'm not blocking myself up.
Yeah, that's true.
It might be in a place that comes in helpful later.
Is he keen on this, do you think?
No.
It's just going to be over.
Overplayed to me.
Yeah.
We saw Izzat yesterday be mainly putting that pressure on the first 2 bowls, I felt, John, and then every now and then when he had to, playing a good run shot against Lee. Whereas I think Sam is a more aggressive player when given the chance to be, and going past, perhaps on purpose.
To get to this final, Tolchard beat Gary McCloy of Ireland yesterday. McCloy had beaten Kevin James of Wales in the quarterfinals. Tolchard had gone through as the top qualifier in his group. He'd lost just the 1 game. And Izzat beat the defending champion Lee Schreiner in the semi-finals. really exciting match. Some spectacular bowls played, and it also accounted for the New Zealand champion Kelvin Scott in the quarterfinals.
So certainly showing his ability in getting through to the final. Izzat Dzulkeple from Malaysia, been part of their national team since 2015, so a while now. As we see Sam on the probe, this is close here. Brilliant.
Oh.
Brilliant shot, and that's why he put that. He had a bowl covering on the 2, so it was safe as houses to do that. And a good shot. I like that shot selection from Sam. Went past with his 3rd bowl, knowing he was going to attack with his 4th. Good stuff. The Malaysian. It was just such a long walk back when you've got a bowl to play.
Yeah. You're 2 down, and you're 2 down on the board as well.
Just taking his time. On the forehand, that big swing. Just indicating he thinks it's a bit quick.
Yeah, he'd like 2nd shot here, and he's not going to get it.
It's a poor bowl. He'll be disappointed with that.
Yes.
I suspect when we see Izzat get the jack, we'll see longer ends from him. But in the meantime, a 2 to Sam Tolchard, and a lead beginning to develop, 5-1 after 4 ends. Here's a replay, John, of that shot. Chipped it out perfect, but there were options left, right and centre. If he'd killed the jack, it was still good for him. So a good bowl there from Sam. We see the mat on the 2 metre mark, and where's he going to throw the jack? Maybe another short one.
So I think Izzat's down there taking his jacket off now. Some people just don't like playing in jackets. Yeah, or long sleeves even, you know.
I'm not a fan. No. I like I think jerseys are okay.
Yeah.
Because they sort of stretch a little bit, but
Yep.
a jacket, I get grumpy with jackets. Sam Tolchard settling into his work now. Look at this on the backhand.
Well, he's playing with confidence, isn't he? And that previous shot will just, you know, you'll be breathing out, won't you, nicely and saying, right, I'm into it here. I can do this. First set, I can get it.
I think it'll give him a lot of confidence that it was his first bowl, his first nibble at it was successful. We saw in the women's final, Carla was in the area with a lot of her run shots, but she never connected. She was never able to hit the target, and it can, every time you miss, it just sort of snowballs, and you think, well, what am I doing wrong? Do I have to aim narrower or wider than what I think I do? So I think a good start there for Sam, and it'll give him a lot of confidence. And this is a good start here. Talking of good starts from Izzat, be pleased with that. Only a foot shy of the jack.
Tolchard really pleased there's no game on the next rink. As he's out there watching it from the centre of the other rink.
Quarter of a
Watch him,
bowl.
he's always on the prowl. He moves around the back there, goes to one side, then the other. He'll come back in a moment, pick up his bowl. There he goes. Goes over to the other side.
I think just
Now
getting
watch
his,
this. He just can't wait to get on the mat.
just getting his steps up, John.
Yeah.
Izzat here, he's got one bowl close. These players, if they get one there, usually put another one in the same place, and that's what we see here. Which way is it going to sit? Square.
How far short is the shot? Shot ball.
Just the one. Tracking pretty well from Tolchard here too, just in behind, so he's well situated. That'll be the second shot if it's not the shot.
You're holding one.
Steve Sargent, the marker for this round. a little bit mild. I would call him mildly famous on social media at the moment. John, he had a warm-up routine as an umpire. If you haven't seen it, go to the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. It was quite an impressive level of stretching, although if we didn't say how long it took him to get back up again.
That's right. As someone did say, aren't you meant to be upright? And he said, well, if you turned your phone round, I would be upright. That might be two.
Good job.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Steve Sargent.
Interesting. He just said in the left-hand side there, David Burridge, who's one of the umpires, and Steve Sargent, both from the same mildly famous now Raumati Bowling Club on the Kapiti Coast. So 2 national umpires, in fact 3 with Anne Burridge here as well. She's just watching as a
Are we going to see
spectator.
weight, or is it just the way he lines up? I haven't... I mean, it looks like it's going to come out of his hand fast, doesn't it?
No, he's not going to play with weight.
Willing it to get down. If he gets something square, he's close.
Oof, no, gee.
Goodness
not
gracious
by much.
me. I think he was maybe an eighth of a bowl narrow there, and he's eating his duster, which is, I think, the best way I've seen someone respond to missing a bowl.
Well, that looked to be for all money on the target, didn't it?
I think the bowls would have gone without jack movement as well.
Yeah.
I think they just would have disappeared. See
how much effort he put into it. The mat down the one end is all askew.
Oh, he wasn't far away.
No.
And Izzat going, oh, well, that's all good.
Yep, I can get 3 now.
He's walked past his bowl, perhaps talking. They've got the Malaysian coaching contingent here. Perhaps having a chat with him. Where is he? Oh, there he is here talking to his coach. I don't mind that if that's a rule there that you can use. So he's just saying, look, do I play the forehand or the backhand? And the coach suggesting the backhand is the way forward.
Well, he's played it so well these previous 2 bowls.
And on the backhand, Izzat is taking a lovely, well, it's not a narrow line, is it? But we know it's got that big swing at the back of the track. How far is it going to come in? Willing it to turn. Not far away. 2 there.
2 it is. So the game closes up. A 2 to Izzat of Malaysia on the 5th end. And it's 5-3. England's Sam Tolchard leading in this 9-end first set. Where's he put it? Now, wind behind him from that end too, so if he's at all looking to go longish, he has to be careful.
Now watch the jack, see if it deviates along its line. It should move to our right. Oh. Okay. No, that didn't work, John.
No.
3-5. Very smooth delivery. Big step from the Malaysian.
That's a bit similar to Tayla Bruce. She has a big step too, doesn't she?
Yeah. All straight lines.
Yeah.
Nice square follow through. Sam Tolchard crouches down a little bit. He's got a very compact delivery.
So he puts one foot directly in front of the other.
Just as effective.
Yeah.
Certainly on the Northern Hemisphere greens in the UK. We timed this green at 17 seconds, sort of twice the effort in the Northern Hemisphere, the 8 or 9 second green. So they need to have a delivery where they can get weight behind the bowl.
Yeah.
I've tried to play on a 9-second green and it was not successful. It was short a lot, John.
You just didn't mow your front lawn. Was that how it worked?
Actually, I could give it a go. Maybe I'll invite the
Oh, did you
invite the team down on the front lawn?
Yeah, good.
It's a really good reason to not mow the lawn, isn't it?
Yeah. So Tolchard looks to have this hand. Oh, I was going to say, don't speak too soon. That might be his worst bowl of the day. Oh no, that was Izzat. Sorry, Izzat. Yeah. So Tolchard, I think, really looks quite comfortable on this hand.
Yes, certainly done and comfortable going to the attacking shot if he's down as well.
Yep.
Sam, and we see Izzat He's played 2 bowls that are shy of the jack, and both in the draw line there, blocking the forehand and the backhand side, really. So this third ball becomes quite important for the Malaysian, because he's now 2 down, and he's blocked both true draws on both hands. He's going to have to go very close to one of them, or hit one of them up to get a counter.
He needs to be up there because they're both 2 metres short.
Yeah, he's taken a good line this time.
Yeah.
This is close one. If he clears it, that's the problem with having a bowl short and in the road, John, is if it hadn't been there, he would have had a toucher then, but he blocked himself up.
Holding 2.
Holding 2.
2.
Yeah, it's a disappointing end from the Malaysian after scoring a good 2 on the previous end.
That ball. Nearly 4 feet.
Ignore the wind, Sam.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen him really step back.
It's amusing in New Zealand. I'd agree when you get a gust and everyone's hats fly off. Well, it's not amusing if you're one of the ones who've been wearing the hats, I suppose. Sam looking to go around the bowls. It does have a late swing. It might come back onto view shortly. Here we go. You can see it by Steve's right knee. A good shot there. He'll be counting for 3. And the Malaysian under a lot of pressure here. And it's an ugly head because there's not a clump of bowls to hit, John.
Nothing to hit.
It simply has to try and draw second shot, probably on his forehand, I would suspect. That gap there that you can see between the bowls even. The Malaysian bowl that sits at 10 o'clock and the one that sits at 11. Draw between those two. If you narrow onto the Malaysian bowl at 11, the weight should be enough to knock it up for second shot. Making his way back. He'll be visualising his bowl.
He's playing the backhand, is he?
He might be.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Probably sees it better from there too.
To be a bigger angle for sure. Yeah. And he's walking after this one. Now he's willing it to hold. It's not gonna happen. I think we're going to see a full head of Sam Tolchard, John. And that could break the back of this set for him.
I think Izzat's coming back down to have a chat to the coach. He's already was talking to him as Tolchard played his last. So this for 4 on the 6th end, already with a 5-3 advantage. Sam Tolchard.
Willing it to turn late. He needs it to turn late. It's trying, John. Not going to be. But fair enough. I mean, it's a fair enough way to miss, isn't it? You'd hate to have turned one of the Malaysian bowls in. So a 3 there. He's going to take an 8-3 lead after 6 ends. And looking good for the English representative.
In the background you can see Izzat chatting with the coach, who's accompanied him all the time. He was here all throughout the event. Yesterday indoors, sat right through it. Of course indoors, it's a little bit truer in many regards, and he played quite outstandingly yesterday and had to beat Lee Schreiner.
He played incredibly well. I think the indoor green also a little slower than what it is outside. The indoor green is a 40 metre by 40 metre that runs at 15 or 16 seconds. We know this is a smaller green that runs 17 or 18 seconds. So there's a difference there in the speed of the greens. And a good first bowl there again from Sam Tolchard. looking good in this first set. Izzat on the backhand, following him down. Lovely line. Now it's just down to the weight. What sort of weight has Izzat got? See it again coming past Steve Sargent's knee and staying upright that bolt.
Holding one.
So it must be in Sam's eye because he's switching off across to the forehand side. That very compact delivery.
Quite often you see players change hands after favouring one hand. They play a perler and you sort of think, well, maybe they should have been playing that all the time.
Persisting on the wrong side.
Yeah. He'll take a fair bit of heart out of that, actually, won't he? His line wasn't bad.
Yeah, it's always good. Sometimes we talk about in singles games, even if you are playing up and down one side of the rink, just to occasionally play a ball on the other side when it's not so important, and then you know what the green is for when it is important. Izzat taking a nice wide arc again, and this bowl's going to be close if he's got the weight right. See, that's a perfect green. He's finished absolutely middle of the jack on the line. And willing this bowl to hold.
Yeah, or maybe sit the opposition bowl here.
Just found a bit of fresh air there.
Yeah.
I think we'll see Izzat spin one more ball on his backhand. He said the green right twice, so it's just about finding the right weight.
Sorry, Izzat, it won't go away. Looking up as if to say, for goodness sake, give me a break. Well, it doesn't.
Just play your bowls.
Yep. All the local players here are saying, you know, this isn't bad, mate. Just get on with it.
Well, it is. I mean, it's a veritable breeze compared to yesterday, which is why we're outside. Really, it's not too bad. It's more, I think, psychological sometimes. And Izzat perfect green again, just overplayed and showing a couple of signs of frustration. It is 5 the difference, with 2 ends to go after this. So for the Malaysian, he will be looking to score, John.
Yes.
And Sam just thinking about the options, holding one.
Can't hear you.
Have I got third shot, he says.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
So he's wondering, the reason he's asked that question is if Izzat was to remove Sam's shot bowl, would he get 1 or 2? And the answer to that question is no, because Sam Tolchard has third shot. So really, I mean, he's just deciding whether he wants to draw close or go past for a bit of cover there, I think, John. A quick look at the scoreboard. Yes, you are 5 up. A high line on that forehand side, but going deep. So as long as he gets back into the rink, that'll be a good shot. Yep, that's a good enough bowl.
Removed one option, do you think, for
I think so.
Izzat?
So now for Izzat, it's what's easier for Izzat? Is it to try and replace Sam's bowl, or is it to try and dead draw? He's got the perfect green twice. A dead draw might be the instinctive shot to play here. He'll ask his coach for some advice, I suspect.
So that's interesting that Tolchard believes he's got third shot there, doesn't it?
Doesn't look like it, does it,
No.
on the camera angle? But Steve Sargent was very sure, and maybe Izzat will look to remove Sam's shot bowl. That's the other option.
Yeah, and do it on the backhand.
Yeah, underneath the short one.
Doesn't want to remove his own.
Needs it to break.
No.
I mean, that weight would indicate he was looking for movement, wouldn't it? Even to trail the jack back for 3. underneath it. They're hard bowls to play on the speed surface. And we'll see one to Sam Tolchard. He will take a 9-3 lead, which is a commanding one in this first set of the World Singles Champion of Champions men's final. With David Allen, the official World Bowls publicist there with the... well, he heard me and he's just walking out and he's just gone. We've lost Dave.
Publicist, but he doesn't like to be publicised.
He's done a lot of the reports for World Bowls of this event, taken a few of the pictures, been sharing an office with him. It's good company, based in Melbourne, I believe. If I was listening right. And Steve straightening the jack, short jacks. I think for sure when the Malaysian gets hold of the jack, we're going to see a long end, John. I think that's a definite decision that Sam has made, is to play short jacks. He thinks he's better on the short ends than Izzat, and he's so far, I think, been correct.
Yeah, and yet you sort of wonder, because Izzat hasn't been handling the long ends either very well. So maybe this is the change that he needs, just to get a couple in here. Just coming down between Steve Sargent's legs.
Of course, this event, it's not unusual, but it's a bit different in format to other events that these players may have participated in. So you qualify by winning your national championship, whatever that may look like. But the event itself is played over the set system, which is a newish, I think, initiative in bowls internationally, maybe the last 20 years or so. So in comparison to the age of the game, it's newish. So it's two sets of 9 ends on the set system, and the other rule that's of interest is if the jack is killed, so put out of bounds, it is respotted only on the 2 metre mark. Some of the countries play, they've got respots to the left and the right. This we've got one respot, and it's on the 2 metre mark if it is killed.
Oh, he's struggling here, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of the set system, the positive here for Izzat is that he could lose the set, and you go, look, I'll put that in the drawer, move on, come out with a different game plan for the second set, and anything can happen. As we do approach the end of this one at a 9-3 mark to Sam Tolchard. Winning this bowl to have some late turn, and look at that come back there.
Taking a bit of weight off here, and that's all he needs. Only even though he's 2 and 4 metres over, he doesn't need to take off much.
Resting on anything, he needs to rest on something, not to be.
It's just not his day.
We see he's made 3 corrections. He has corrected back up the rink, but certainly it's looking like Sam Tolchard is probably going to win this set, and it'll be up to Izzat and his coaches to decide on a different game plan for set 2, John.
Well, with his last, of course, he's just going to trail the jack back to his other 3.
For 4, yeah.
All of a sudden it's 9-7 playing the last.
You're probably right. That's what
Sam's thinking exactly that. Yeah, I've got to cover those.
He
hasn't done it that well either.
Such a challenging bowl to play on a 17.5 second game to get the jack either square back or to the left, as we said. Good camera angle there. So he needs to be on his forehand, and he does need to score. I mean, if he scores one, he's lost the set, so he needs to score a multiple. So you go to the weight that you played with, the bowl in the middle that you can see at sort of 10 o'clock on the screen. Pray that you move the jack back enough. Cross all your fingers, and you could have 4 shots. And if he doesn't, we'll just go straight on to the next set, John.
Probably nothing to lose, really, with the way it's situated.
And sometimes that allows you to play with a bit of freedom, doesn't it? I've got one. There's literally one thing I can do. I'll just give it a go, and that's what.
And if it comes off, all of a sudden he's a different player, and all of a sudden he wins the 9th, and we're all on. Let's see if he can do it. Movement of the jack. He's playing for it now.
He's close, John.
If he can trail that jack back a couple of metres or so.
He's close.
Oh, look, see where it would have gone way back here. He would have had 4 and he just missed it.
He had the weight.
But it was worth it. A really difficult shot to play. 3, so 12. So they'll end this first set, which has now gone to Sam Tolchard of England. He's one giant step towards winning the World Singles Champion of Champions title.
Thought we were talking about a moon landing for a second.
Yeah, that's right. So second set now, Tolchard with the mat. Interesting to see what hand he plays, because he played the forehand quite well, but no, he's going back to his favoured backhand, playing this direction.
Yeah, I think
That's settled on that.
Yeah.
But he's shown he can play the other hand quite comfortably, so it won't be too much trouble for him as he puts his first one reasonably close.
So it's an interesting psychology now, isn't it, John? Because we've seen that first set blowout in Sam Tolchard's favour, 12-3. He won it. He played well. He was in trouble once. In trouble twice, sorry. Had a couple of goes. We've lost Izzat. He's gone for a while. But the psychology is interesting, is it? Because he's won the first set 12-3.
Yep.
It's almost, and it sounds weird to say, but there's almost more pressure on Sam in the second set because he won the first set comfortably. You don't want to lose the second set. Izzat's just going to come out there and go, well, I've lost the first one, I'll give it a go, and we could win. He could win the next set 5-4, and we could be in a tie-break situation. So we see the flags fluttering in the breeze there, John.
Brilliant backdrop, of course, here in
Jeez.
the Hutt Valley.
Steve Sargent just about
hopefully blowing his nose.
Heart attack. Goodness gracious. Oh, I wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah.
And Zoltan from Hungary in the background in between Sue and Izzat.
Oh, is that Zoltan?
Zoltan
Yeah, what
of
a
swing.
Yep.
Well, of Hungary, not of swing. It's been a long week.
So I think, as you mentioned, he hadn't won a game, had he?
He'd won one game in four visits. Zoltan Pavelka.
And then got picked up 4.
4 wins at this event, so he's on the up and up, and a great first bowl
Yeah,
there from
yeah.
Izzat. That's the stuff that he wanted to
Toilet
see.
break. Time to just clear the head a wee bit. And also, I suppose, he knows that Tolchard likes to play quite quickly. He likes to be on the mat. He's and playing. So
Brilliant stuff from Sam Tolchard. You're right, though, isn't it? We don't have a time limit at this event. It's not the conditions of play. You can take your time to play your bowls, and sometimes that's what you need to do to try and disrupt the rhythm of the opposition. On the backhand. Willing it to run. I feel that the Malaysian needs to just score a point, get control of the jack, John.
Yeah.
I think that's his opportunity, his chance here in this final. I think if you keep allowing Sam Tolchard to dictate the terms of engagement, so to speak, I think it's just going to be an uphill battle, waiting for the wind. It's just going to keep blowing, Sam. Sue Wei, a Wellingtonian, holding on to her hat.
yeah.
Sam on the backhand side. Taking a lovely arc with this bowl. We'll see it come back into the head. Look at this. Slightly overplayed. He was actually narrow, and he could have taken. He could have taken 3 or 4 feet more green than that. And Izzat lining this up. He's got a look in his eyes, John.
Yeah, I think he needs to just start playing a bit more aggressively.
Yep.
We know he can play shots like this.
I like it. Get it square. Both of them.
Yep.
Oh, he's got the jack instead. That'll do. I like that. And that's what we're talking about, the changing of the game plan. He played a losing game plan in the first set, lost at 3-12.
Yep.
Good call there from Izzat. Nice delivery. And we've lost the jack. It will get respotted onto the 2 metre mark in this format. It's 2 sets of 9 ends. If the jack is killed, it goes on to the 2 metre mark. Adds another aspect to the games.
Tolchard looking to make it 2. Looks as though he does have shot after the jack was respotted on the 2 metre mark. But Izzat has a bowl remaining here.
And Sam will be looking to get this one as close as possible. On the first long end we've seen, it's easy to overplay it when you see it on the 2 metre mark. Great camera work there as we see that ball just hold on. And the crowd turn into a pantomime. Now, this will tell us how the set's going to go, I think, John.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, when you look at it, it's got lots and lots of room in which to play.
He would expect to draw the shot here. But they can be really hard.
Well, it's the shot to there.
Good bowl.
Yep. So we know now where the jack will go. It'll be a long. He's got to play a long end now, I think, doesn't he? Just to upset things, or he might move the mat around. But really, he hasn't looked comfortable with the short ends. But he opens the scoring on the second set.
Yeah, and good there from the Malaysian. He showed a change in tactic. Played an aggressive third bowl and was able to draw the shot on the 2 metre mark. And now we will see an attempt at a long end. It can be challenging to throw sometimes when you're thinking, I'm going from 2 to 2.
Yep.
Just watch that. The jack keep trickling through and fly into the ditch sometimes. We'll see what Izzat's done. Good. That's good stuff there from the Malaysian. And looking to make a better showing in the second set. First bowl now. What hand is the question?
Yes.
The forehand will
You're
swing.
right.
The backhand won't.
Forehand it is.
Another one of the great shirts of world bowls as well, John.
Yeah.
Been impressed with all the shirts actually. I think we've got a bit of colour in the game now. No longer play in the bowls whites, and the bowls are different colours also. Willing that on. Not the start he was hoping for, but something to beat, I suppose.
Both using what is the wide hand. Okay, so you would suggest that Izzat's tactic has paid off so far.
Yep, absolutely.
What's he going to do? Change or not?
Yeah. I think a good decision there. On the backhand side, I'm not going to call it a narrow hand because it's not, but it's certainly not as swinging as the other.
Well, he just needs to nut a couple here, doesn't he? And all of a sudden the complexion of the game changes.
Yeah.
He's still leaving it open for Tolchard, though.
It's eking his way closer. Tolchard on the backhand by the foot position. It's nice to be able to say that about a player instead of looking at Kelvin Scott.
Yes.
It's been hopelessly confused. And this bowl here, how much is it going to turn? Enough.
It's probably the shot, is it?
Yeah, I think he's got one there. One to England. And just that little correction again needed for Izzat on his backhand. It's been eking closer to the jack. Smooth delivery. He's on a good line, so it's just his weight now. Not far away, John. That wobble.
Yep.
And
fall
sit.
in.
Yeah, good stuff.
So now Tolchard needs to get something quite close because Izzat will be looking at numbers here, the way this head's setting up. Tolchard a bit narrower this time.
Willing it to come back in. He's not far away here, Sam Tolchard. Wrong half of that bowl. Was right in the area, but not to be.
So looking to draw a second.
Well, we got there, and absolute focus on his face. Now, if it clears the front, he should be there or thereabouts. Now he wants it to. Oh, that weight was.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's taken
Lots of stuff happened.
3 into play.
The weight was actually perfect. If we look at the bowl he hit up at 10 o'clock on the screen, it finished just about level with the jack. If he had gone clean, he would have finished on the jack. Would suggest with the kinetic energy. Sam Tolchard looking at that. That's an ugly head. This bowl sort of sprayed around. Be easy to accidentally hit up an opposition bowl in this situation.
What's Sargent holding up there? It is 3. So he brought another 2 into play. That was
It went well.
great result for Izzat there.
Sam.
And what's that? The draw on that backhand that he's been playing well, but he's just hung a wee bit. So
On the
he'll look to
forehand.
narrow that up slightly. Oh no, he's
Big
going to
weight
go.
from Sam Tolchard on the forehand side, looking for anything. Got rid of one of them. Must have felt like the easier shot to play. The kill on the respot. He would have got a 2 or 3 there. Chipping out one of the bowls. And this set feeling a little bit tighter than the other one already, John.
Yes, yeah.
Those longer ends and 2
So
there.
2, yeah, 2 to Malaysia. Well, a very intriguing end, wasn't it? There's a lot at stake there. And so the Malaysian Izzat has scored again. Goes to a handy lead now over Sam Tolchard.
Now the long end coming up. You would expect. Izzat delivers the jack. I just about said delivers the jack on its backhand, but of course the jack just goes straight up the middle of the ring.
A bit longer this time, is it?
Turning like it was on its backhand though.
Yeah,
John,
yeah,
so
it was, yeah,
We're
absolutely.
okay there. A good jack length, and we'll see him take plenty of green.
Tolchard prowling around the background there.
Must have a lot of steps on the little
Yes,
pedometer.
yeah, I'd say.
Reasonable line at a glance here, John. Now it's down to the weight. Has he got the weight right?
He's not going to be short.
Breaking back in. Good enough for a first bowl.
Well, he's holding the shot. Better weight here from Tolchard, is it? No, about the same.
Yeah, and he'll be looking to stamp his authority back on this game, as he did in that first set. He won it 12-3, and he won it. He just played better, didn't he?
All the way through, yeah.
He's been under a bit of pressure in the second set, the Malaysian coming out with a different game plan, and Sam will be looking just to go, no, you don't get to do that. I want to prove that I'm here, and I want to get this final done in 2 sets.
Heavy again. Heavier again.
Easy to do, and we see he's picked that green perfect, but just not quite the weight right. And the chance here for Sam to make it 2. Get himself started in the set, because he hasn't scored a point yet. I know it's just the third end.
Slight wind. It's not a slight wind. But there's a bit of that breeze is behind them, coming this direction. This looks to be going to a good home here.
Izzat here, willing this one to stop. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant bowl from the Malaysian. Kearney looking on. And Sam Tolchard now, one down. I'm not sure if it's going to come back, John.
I think he might have just misjudged his weight again, actually.
It's a fascinating head, this. We've
Yeah.
had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bowls past the jack. None of them are narrow, and it's been the swinging hand.
Yeah.
No one's been narrow on it on this end.
Izzat's got the 2 metre covered. Now looking to put on a second bowl here.
Yeah, he's not far away.
No.
Needs his bowl to hold its line just a little. Just a little, and we're going to see it turn a lot in the last little bit. We spoke about it in the ladies' final. As it gets to the end of the track on these fast greens, it's almost every foot your bowl goes forward, it will swing 2 feet across. It just has that sharp finish on these quick greens. Can be a bit upsetting as a player because you think you're close and it just keeps going.
Just keeps going. A metre off here from Tolchard. Looks to have narrowed it slightly, but if he sits, he's really good, and he's going to sit on Izzat. No, doesn't need to.
Didn't need
just draws
to.
it dead. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's classy there from Sam Tolchard, and scoring on this end, getting started in this set. He'll be pleased with that as we see a Malaysian flag fluttering.
There's quite a few Malaysians
Right.
here. 3 or 4 in front of us.
Yes, I mean, some great support. It's been a great contingent to have at this World Singles Champion of Champions event. And the jack thrown half length, certainly shorter than what they have been playing.
Quickly onto the mat. Sam Tolchard of England. He's taken the first set here. 12-3. They didn't play the last end. He's down by 3-1. If it's a set each, they go into a tiebreaker, and Tolchard does not want that. Here he goes. First bowl on the wide, well, the drawing forehand side. Perfect weight.
We spoke about the Malaysian having some support. The British High Commission has wished Sam Tolchard the best of luck in his final today. So thanks to them, we took some of the athletes to the High Commissioner's residence in the lead up to this event for afternoon tea.
Yes.
Scones were delightful. And it's been good to have that sort of aspect of the tournament. They've offered their well wishes to the competitors.
I think that's just a little lapse in concentration from Izzat. He looks to be totally bemused with it all.
Yeah. Well, of course, one of the things about a shorter end is that you don't need to take as much green because your bowl isn't travelling as long a distance, so
No.
it doesn't get the time to turn as much. So sometimes if you've been playing longer ends and you move to a shorter one, it's wise to take your green in just by a couple of feet because your bowl isn't travelling that distance. And Izzat looking like he might change to his forehand here, John. Just the way he's lining up. There we go. 3-1 up in this set. On this, the fourth end. Just waiting for the wind. Little shake of the head there. Oh, switching back to the backhand. Sorry, it wasn't waiting for the wind. It's just changing his mind.
Well, he's played one, so he knows the correction that's needed.
Yeah, instinctively.
And he's got targets here, hasn't he? Oh, I think he's gone a bit
Taking a
wide
high
again,
line.
hasn't he? That's wider.
That there is the wind. You can see that bowl snaking its way up. That was caught by a gust and some frustration there. You just have to put that out of your mind. You know, you're going to get robbed a couple of times by a gusted shot. It's just, it is what it is.
Tolchard looked like he was going to wait for a spell in the wind, but then decided there's not going to be one, so I'm just on the mat and go for it.
Yeah, fair enough. He's taking that green, and we're going to see the wind push that bowl back into the head, and he's going to sit with 3 here. Not a tight 3, but it's 3 nonetheless, isn't it? You're saying you're 3 down.
Oh, it's saying just 1.
That's not great commentary from me then. What, second shot?
Come on, Izzat. Play the same hand and just sit on that shot bowl.
Yeah, that's what he's opting to do.
Narrow it up a bit.
Having a nibble.
Yeah.
For the... well, okay.
He got an edge, which was enough. And if it was only 1 shot to Tolchard previously,
he's
then
holding 1 now.
He's
That's
holding
a
1.
brave bowl there from Izzat. But fair play if he felt that was easier than to draw it. And keep in mind that it must be one of those bowls to the right as second shot.
Shows how short Tolchard's been.
Yes, it does. It does. It'll be that forced perspective we get from the camera angle. So Izzat opting to chip the bowl out, which means he's only going to drop a 1 at worst if Sam can get his bowl into count. So fair play. Although it does look like it's an ample amount of room here for Sam Tolchard to draw. You would expect him to hold 1 in about 5 seconds. She's done. Good bowl.
So now it'll be interesting to see what Izzat does.
Well, he's just had 1 nibble.
Yeah, so he might as well have another.
Yeah, and for a penny and for a pound.
Yep.
It actually, I mean...
But he can now play the other hand quite comfortably, because if Tolchard's that short...
Must just be the forced perspective. He's just going to talk to his coach.
Yeah.
It's a hard one. So that bowl, thank you, Colin. That bowl that sits at 9 o'clock on the screen is level with the jack.
Yeah.
The furthest one up. Sam Tolchard's 2 bowls must be considerably short.
Yeah, a couple of metres.
So the decision for Izzat is if he rips that shot bowl out of Sam's, he's opting the forehand draw.
Yeah. Tons of room on a normal day.
Yeah, there is
tons of room anyway.
There is room.
Yeah.
And the rinks are wider as well, so it kills a little bit harder than it was. So 3-1 up on the board, 1 down on the head. Going to try and draw it on his forehand side. The wind going from our left to right as we see it.
It's almost a calm moment then.
Nearly. Sam
Is he up?
Tolchard very invested. I think he's going to collide with something.
Oh, sneaks through for a second. Well, a bit fortuitous. It's 1 anyway, and they might be putting a quick measure on. No, he's grabbed the mat. Oh.
I think just clearly the 1. So we'll see that score tighten up. 2-3 now after 4 ends.
3-2.
Where is the jack going to end up with this delivery? On the shorter side again from Sam Tolchard. Well, shortish.
On the mat, ready to play before it's even been straightened up.
Yeah,
before
he's
the
certainly
jack's been straightened up. He just wants to get going, eh?
Very instinctive bowler.
Yeah. And I think also he's aware of, you might call the state of mind of Izzat, who is, showing that he's not comfortable and constantly talking to his coach. And so he just gets out there, plays, tries to keep the game going quickly. But the Malaysian is a very experienced player, even though he's just 30 years of age. He's been playing top-class bowls for a long time, so he won't be fazed by anything that the opposition are doing.
On the backhand, lovely delivery, nice line there. It's down to the weight for this bowl. He's on the right track, Steve Sargent, reaching into the pocket for the chalk.
Yeah.
Now that is a prepared marker, and he's going to be disappointed. Now, does he put the chalk back in the pocket is the question, John. Good shot there from the Malaysian, nonetheless. No, he doesn't. He's still got the chalk.
Well, he might need it anyway.
Yeah. He knew something. Here we go. Not to be, but what a brilliant bowl that is from Sam Tolchard. That's classy stuff. And it'll be tempting for Izzat to switch to his forehand side now. Rest the bowl or the jack. This is the 5th end of this 9-end set. Remembering if Izzat wins this set, we will go to a 3-end tiebreaker. He's on his forehand side. Needs a little gust of wind to get the bowl to go for a walk. It's trying. Doesn't he?
Well, you could see what his intention was, and it'll still be there for his next bowl.
Not a huge correction required.
Oh, this is testing, isn't
That
it?
got
It
caught.
really is. Just look at Steve Sargent's shorts there, how much they're blowing. The wind's certainly coming quite a bit stronger than it was, I think, even when the women played. Was this a better line?
This
I
is
think
close here from Izzat. He's close here. This is...
Oh,
Has
this
he
is
got
a
it? He's
great
got
bowl.
it.
Yeah, brilliant bowl.
Now, don't kill's what he's saying to himself. We've got wider rink, so it shouldn't... Kearney having a look. So the rink's widened for this final, which is good. I like that. I like that the rinks are wider.
Hello, we're getting the umpire's equipment into play.
The coach is gutted. Coach saying it's out. I mean, it doesn't deserve to be out. That was a brilliant bowl from Izzat. I think unlucky if he's managed to kill it there, John. Suway having a look down the scope.
It's out.
That's unlucky, I'm afraid. Unlucky there. And the jack getting respotted on the 2 metre mark. And yeah, fair enough to shake your head a little bit there, Izzat. That was a good bowl. But he's found himself, he's now 3 down after playing an absolute bomb. But you just take,
He
that's
played it almost perfectly.
Sam Tolchard.
Well, the last time he tried to draw to the 2 metre, he was almost in the ditch. So,
Similar situation, I would suggest. Almost an identical bowl, but holding 3 there. And a hard shot here to play for Izzat. The backhand is clogged by the 2 bowls we see. The forehand, you could knock one of the English bowls up into the head.
yeah, and he's taking a good look all round, isn't he? As if he's also considering a forehand shot there, but I doubt he's got a... Well, you would suggest it's only the backhand draw, isn't it?
You would think so. And
especially when he's 3 down.
You want to go as close as you can to your 2 bowls that are now shy of the jack there at 9 o'clock on the screen, and hope that you can just beat that short bowl or the shot bowl of Sam Tolchard's. 3-2 in this set on his backhand. Here we go.
Eyes wide. Delivery of the last bowl.
Very smooth. If he's got the weight right, this is a very good bowl, John. If he's got the weight right, it's a good bowl.
He's got the weight right.
Good bowl. The crowd clapping.
Oh,
and
yeah,
going,
yeah, that was a great save, wasn't it?
If we clap too soon, they say. Good shot. And he deserved.
Well, he was 3 down. That was a pressure bowl. Plenty of room, of course, but that doesn't mean it's an easy bowl. Yeah. Now, what's he going to do? Will he take the mat out, or he's considering his options here?
Well, that makes it more challenging for both players to throw a longer jack.
He's pushing it down a bit further, down towards the 2 metre. Ooh, too far, too far, too far.
I think that's a sign of a bit of adrenaline there Just eking towards the ditch board, and Izzat will be thinking, why did the greenkeeper not leave just a little bit?
Yeah.
Hear that wind really getting up now on the microphones. And a short jack thrown. Izzat on the forehand. Leading by 2 in the set. 3 ends to go after this one. This being the 6th end. Clinging on really. He's played some good bowls in the set. He was just swept away in the first set, but he's shown his class here in the second one. Clinging on by his fingernails, trying to force that tie break for this World Champion of Champions singles title. Sam Tolchard won't be interested in playing tie break though.
No. He's had the better of the game, really, even though the score doesn't indicate that in the second set. Tolchard looks more confident in these conditions, but he leaves the door open occasionally, and on an average day for Izzat, he'd be in there taking advantage of any gaps that have been left open, but this is not an ordinary or average day.
Seeing flashes of brilliance though, and more of them as we progress with this game. And the beauty of the set system is that Izzat's still well and truly in this, as we see there. A flash of brilliance, John. Sam, his delivery makes me think he's going to play run shot with almost every bowl. Watch this one. Come back in. It's a good shot there from Sam Tolchard, drawing a good second shot. And Izzat here with the decision to make. I think he'll stay on his forehand side, looking to turn that last bowl into the jack for him. If he can draw it for 2, that would be a good result.
Mike Kernahan saying never get this sort of wind in Dunedin. and Izzat saying you never get this sort of wind in Malaysia.
I think get off the mat. Here we go.
Reset.
Good decision. I think if they wait for the wind to stop, we're going to be here for some time, John.
Well, Christmas will come first.
That's what I was going to say. I'm quite looking forward to Christmas actually, so I'd rather it didn't.
Yeah.
And it's a poor bowl from Izzat. He'll be disappointed with that. Looking skyward, I think that was just he allowed himself to get a bit distracted there, I think, by the conditions.
You think Tolchard might play the other hand? Or will he just try and draw? Because he wasn't far off drawing it, was he?
Does he have the 2? No. I mean, he's got his 3rd bowl. If you're going to be aggressive, it's now.
Yeah. And he's got any little movement of the jack, and he's well placed.
Yeah, I think we're going to see aggression here from Sam Tolchard. On the backhand with weight. Got it. Unlucky actually to get a bit of jack movement there as well, John.
Yeah.
But I like that shot selection. It's with your third bowl, so you've got a bowl to recover. And Steve's such a... There's people running left, right, and centre, John.
Well, the encouraging thing is for Izzat is
Where's
that he likes the long end, so he's going to be bowling to the 2 metre here. He's already holding a shot.
There it is. We found it. Oh dear. And yes, you're right, John. He does like that length. We've seen Sam struggle a bit on the 2-2. resting on the lip of the ditch both times. He's had to draw to it, so a chance here for Izzat. Even if he puts one within 3 or 4 feet, he'll feel like he's more than half a chance to hold on to it, I think. Forehand it is.
Oh, no wind, go for it.
That's the line, John. Great stuff here.
Yeah,
from Izzat.
that's good.
That's good bowl.
He's
It's
given
hard
himself
to-
a chance
it's hard
of
to
winning this
beat.
end.
Here we go. On the forehand side.
Remember, he's just played a run shot, a drive.
Back to the draw. It's an important. I feel it's an important bowl in the context of this set. He's close here too.
Yeah.
Urging it back now. This is close here from Sam Tolchard. Great bowl. That's good stuff. Well played. It's a hard bowl to play. And a good one. He now trails 3-4.
Oh, this is a close game. I mean, there's such a scratchy sort of bowls, but still right up until the last bowl each time. You don't know the outcome of it. It's
The tension
very good.
ramping up. And again, I sort of... Well, we didn't get to see a tie break, did we?
No.
In the women's finals. Perhaps we'll get to see one in the men's. So it makes it quite stressful, the tie breakers for everyone involved, barring the commentators, and we just enjoy rabbiting on, John.
Yep.
So Sam Tolchard, 3-4 down on this set. 2 ends to go after this one.
Many times an England representative and national title holder. He's here enjoying this competition, or should I say, enjoying the competition. Might not be enjoying what he struck here this afternoon.
Positive challenge.
Yep.
And playing a good first bowl. Izzat looking to follow him down. Absolute focus on his face there. Izzat looking at his aiming point. Nice delivery. And this bowl's going to pull up, I think. Look at it go. Well, it's... Yeah, there we go. I was waiting for it to stop and it didn't. Sam Tolchard now. And these shorter ends that Sam has been delivering when he's had the jack. Finding that weight nicely. That's a good bowl. I think Izzat can stay on his back end if he wants to, John.
Yes. Yeah. His green wasn't bad with that first one.
Out of the hand, very smooth on a high line. He almost will, at this point, just go, I'll just get past then, keep going.
Yeah.
And then that becomes a bowl that may be helpful later on in the track, so it's just certainly not where he was aiming it.
He's 3 down in a moment.
Yeah, I think it will be. If this is close, I think we're going to see Izzat wind up. Oh, that's a really good place for a bowl to finish. It's not close enough to the jack that you can hit it and get a good result easily, John. It almost means that Izzat's best bowl is just to stay drawing on the back end.
It's an important bowl here for the Malaysian champion.
Huge bowl in the context of the game.
Yes.
He's going to pull up here. And he will be 4 down in a second. And in the context of this match where he's led this entire set, not by many points, but by enough after losing the first set by more than a few. It's going to be massive pressure on Izzat's last bowl here. And for Sam, the decision is well, do I draw for 4? And if I don't draw to 4, where am I going, I suppose?
Do I think that Izzat might smack it, and I need to be covering the 2 because Izzat's got the 2 at the moment, the 2 metre mark, I mean.
That is the question. It's hard to see a good result for Izzat on a run shot. He might chip a bowl or 2 out.
But you never know.
I suppose the danger for Sam is if he does draw close, maybe he'll change the way the head's sitting, and then it will become an easy shot for Izzat to play. One way to find out, I suppose, as we watch this bowl come down the green. Well, he's opting to add a 4th, but try and sort of add a 4th as far away as possible. That's a good shot.
Well,
good enough. Beautiful line.
Yeah. Right, now, do I look to just draw a second shot at least? Draw a shot to be perfect. Can I draw second in there? I'm not confident. I know on a inside yesterday I would have just drawn that without doubt. You know, but today I'm not quite there.
I think that's all he's got though, John. I think he has to try and just draw the shot here.
Yes.
Big bowl in the context of the game. Malaysia leading 4-3, 2 ends to go.
But the way he was looking at that shot bowl, you know, the short one directly behind the jack, in front of the jack, wondered whether he was looking at
a run shot.
Smacking that, yeah.
Perhaps ask his coach. No. Lining up.
Forehand.
So he must have been able to see something.
Yeah.
That we can't.
Forehand shot bowl, take the jack back to where he's holding at the back.
Yeah, we'll see some weight here for sure.
Yeah.
And then anything can happen.
Yeah.
Izzat on the forehand. Backhand, sorry.
Oh, he is too. Backhand. I thought it was shot. Oh, he's got the shot. And tails the jack back to...
Well called.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it?
It'll be 1 to the English player.
Yep.
You called that well. That was brave there from Izzat.
Oh, I thought so. Particularly for a player who, you know, his confidence isn't high at the moment.
Yeah.
He's really struggling, and that might just give him a bit of heart because he was looking at the match slipping away from him.
Yeah, a brave bowl and a good one. So we'll see the score level now at 4 apiece after 7 ends, 2 to go.
So Tolchard, he would have been so confident then, or you can't be confident when you're playing bowls, of course, with 1 bowl to play. But
he would have
thought, I'm here. He can't outdraw me. He's
particularly once you see opposition line up for a run shot that's low percentage.
Yep.
You go, well, that's great news.
Yep.
And it was such a good bowl there from Izzat under all sorts of pressure. This is a World Championship final.
It might well turn out to be, you know, the most telling shot of the day.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Tolchard throws his hands up as if to say, oh, well, that shouldn't be there. Now, here we go. Have a look at this again. It was a terrific shot, really.
Square through the shot one, onto the jack.
And it could well have hit his own bowl and stayed there, or bounced back up to Tolchard's, all sorts of things. But it saved him 2 shots at least.
A truck and trailer through. Cut it down from 3 to 1, and a good bowl. As we see Izzat here. Beautiful line, and he's holding the shot.
4 all, second set. Playing the 8th of 9 ends. A draw is no good to Izzat.
And quite good.
Must win this.
Yeah, quite good to Sam. And this is a good bowl here from Sam Tolchard.
You get the feeling that he won't be short with this because there'll be a drive on at some stage from Izzat. I think that shot bowl is, on a day like today, it's difficult to beat.
Yeah, and it does become...
He'll have 1 go at beating it, and that is just to sit on it. Boy, he's not a mile away
either,
is he?
Not far away, John. Is it going to hold up? No.
Oh.
Second shot, that big turn at the end.
So that might change his mind too about his next shot. He wasn't far away from grabbing the shot. He's got second shot. Tolchard's third on its way. He's holding it. He's he's looking at it. He's directing it all the way and just
Back
a bit over. He says he knew it.
Well, I don't mind your shot here, John. Play with a bit of aggression on the third bowl. It's hard to beat a bowl that's 4 or 5 inches away in these conditions.
Although I think because he was so close with that last one, that to if I just make the necessary correction, I sit on the shot and I've got 2 because I'm holding the second shot at the moment.
That's the equation.
Yeah.
I think he looks like he's lining up for a run shot.
He is.
Close.
He's got it. Clean.
Brilliant.
Oh, yeah, very good shot.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Never looked like missing.
No.
Beautiful delivery. Ran after the bowl. Actually got it so square. Here we go. Watch this one. Well, that's an earlier one.
Yeah,
Missed
that's
by
Tolchard.
millimetres.
Yep. So we've seen some really good drives in this game. Some outstanding ones. So both the players are doing it, are capable of it, and of course we know that because of their standard.
Yeah, what went so well with Izzat's bowlers is actually cleared off both of Sam Tolchard's ones at the back. So he got it so square, everything just peeled off. Great shot under pressure. And well called by you, John.
Well, the thing now is Tolchard just responds with a second shot at least, if not the shot. Second shot. That's his last bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, second shot, I think, based on Sam's reaction there.
So 1 red.
Now, draw a bonus. Don't give the shot away. Don't be heavy, wide, narrow, or short.
I've played a brilliant shot. I've put myself in a situation where I've got the shot now.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to do anything silly and give it away.
It'll be very tempting to draw it on your backhand.
I think so too. Backhand, yeah. Yeah.
If I was the coach, I'd be leaning on the backhand side just to give a gentle sort of,
And here we go. That
this time,
last one.
Now,
was that ever going to miss?
Follow this bowl. Beautiful. Dead square. Now watch the whites. Sam's one. Bang, bang. Both the white bowls gone. Collision bowl follows through.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff there from Izzat Dzulkeple. And on the forehand, so he's feeling confident. Take your green.
Yeah, take your green. Coach.
Oh, dear. Here we go.
This for a 6-4 lead going into the last.
He has taken his green here. Now willing it to stop. Not going to be.
Still got a bit to travel. It's not going to work for him. Oh, gee, look, he's out there with his arms out.
Yeah. A good way to miss, though. He's finished level and he's missed wide. He didn't want to miss tight. If he's made it in for 2, that's quite impressive. He may have, he's level with the jack there. It's a final of a national championship singles.
That's right. World title. And he says, well, I don't think I've got it, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, entirely agree with the measure situation. Suwei chocking the bowls. We've got, now we haven't spoken about it, but with this, as a reminder, we've got a group of umpires here. Collective noun for a group of umpires, John. What did we decide on one?
Well, there were some cheeky ones I heard this morning. One was a blind of umpires, because as any referee, they're all always accused of having poor eyesight. And we did consider a tangle.
A tangle?
Yeah.
I like a tangle.
And that was pretty much because, yesterday we had a bit of a tangle with one of the long measures. That was worth a measure too from Izzat. He hasn't got it at all, has he?
He may have. A gaggle of umpires. We've got a pride of umpires. I don't know. I'll be interested.
I think the umpires themselves wanted a pride.
The pride.
Although there was a bit of, scratchy, catty stuff. And a pride of lions. So, just one.
It was close there from the Malaysian.
Yes, yeah, worth a measure, that's for sure.
I'll keep thinking about the collective now for
Yeah,
umpires. I may
yeah.
ask it on one of
I'm
the
sure you'll
podcasts.
have some suggestions come through on your text or your website or
Yeah.
Facebook page.
I'll put the question out,
Yeah.
but I might have to moderate the comments, I think.
I think it was, I don't think we would accept a hump of umpires.
No, that would be...
Hump of umpires?
I don't think that would be an
No.
acceptable
No.
collective now. We could try it, we'll see.
Well, I think
Have
so.
to ask the umpires,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, oh, look at this.
No, that's the adrenaline talking.
Twice he's done that. This is really, Izzat will say, this is unacceptable. I should not be doing that. It was on the mat very quickly and heave it down. He'd done it previously.
Yeah, that's just the adrenaline there, I think. And we see this is the ninth end, the final end of this set.
Oh.
Malaysia leading by 1. And I wonder what the adrenaline's going to do to Sam's jack throw.
Oh, is he up? Yes.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
He's gone about halfway, and the importance of this bowl cannot be overstated, John. A draw is not good, simply not good enough for the Malaysian. He needs to score a point on this end, or he will not be going into a tie break, and he will not have a chance to take this World Champion of Champions singles title.
Make it with my first one. I want it right on top.
Yeah. You want to put pressure on from the beginning. Beautiful delivery on the backhand. Willing it to turn back in. He's taken the right line. It's down to his weight now.
Heavy, isn't it, do you think?
Slightly overplayed.
Yeah.
He'll be disappointed with that. And Sam Tolchard now with the initiative.
Well, the good thing for Izzat here is that he's over and not... Well, he knew he couldn't be short because there will be some aggression in this. May well be that he even has a go at
Now,
that.
I see no issue with having a go at the bottom of the jack
absolutely.
with this bowl.
Yeah.
We've seen some great run shots and drive shots from Izzat.
And we've seen from Tolchard not handling the 2 metre very well.
Yeah.
So,
I think that would be a wise call.
put it in the ditch and make him draw to the ditch. And
Yeah.
but I don't think that's not his intention here. I don't think.
We'll find out soon enough, I suppose, John.
Yep.
It'd be good to see
A measure of umpires.
a measure. Yeah, no, I like that.
That's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
Because a measure,
Yeah.
no, I'm sold. A measure of umpires. Well done, John.
Thank you.
We've achieved nothing else.
Yeah. Oh, we might achieve here.
Close here from Izzat. Look at him walking after this bowl. Look at this. Down it comes. Square.
Whoa.
What a shot. What a bowl. Unbelievably good there from Izzat. Unbelievable. That's amazing.
A whole group of Malaysians in front of us roaring and then looked around in embarrassment. So,
That was
pressure changing. This isn't a bad line either from Tolchard.
brilliant stuff. Tolchard.
Oh, look at
is
this.
He looking to
Look,
return the
look,
favour?
He has. Or is he through the gap?
He's done it. But he's...
No, well.
No, he hasn't done it, John.
No, I think Izzat holds it still, doesn't he?
He does hold it.
He's putting it red. Yes, so Malaysia still have it.
I've been rendered speechless. I'm going to have a sip of water. And we'll...
So do you think now Izzat might change his hand?
I think so. The pressure here is unbelievable.
Yeah.
We've just seen two crazy bowls, one perfect and one that was nearly perfect and wasn't.
No, he's not changing his hand.
He only needs to score one here, John.
Yeah, so does he put another one on the over the head?
Does he have the 2 metre?
Yeah.
Maybe
I
that's...
think he has, but he's a fair way back from it.
Got the 2 metres sorted.
Yeah.
I don't think you can improve the head by drawing close on the back
No.
end. Although that's what he's not made it worse. That's fine. That's a good bowl.
Well, if the jack goes, that's 2 shots to him.
And Sam Tolchard was a centimetre away from a perfect bowl.
Yeah.
He'll play a very similar shot again. There's no point in Sam being aggressive because it gets respotted on the 2 metre where he's 2 down.
Yep.
So we'll just see Sam play his backhand.
That same shot, move the jack.
Bowl, move the jack.
Yeah.
Happy
Or
days.
sit on the shot bowl at the moment.
Oh, apparently in baseball it's a crew of umpires.
Oh, really? No, I like measure.
Measure? Yeah, I prefer measure, but a
Yeah.
crew? A motley A motley crew. They're not motley anymore with their new uniforms.
No, that's right.
So it doesn't work.
Right. Big ball here. Tolchard. Ooh.
Is he lining up with
Yeah,
weight?
yeah.
Sam Tolchard on the drive, looking for the
Jack.
anything.
Ooh,
He's followed into the...
He has too. That's a toucher on the ditch, isn't it?
It's a toucher in the ditch. The Jack's bounced back out of the ditch. He's holding one. It's incredible that he was able to get the Jack clean through and back.
Wow. He is. He's holding shot. Oh, wow. This now is going to take an extraordinarily good bowl from Izzat. It's a length he doesn't worry about. He's fine with that, but there's very little room for him to draw. It looks as though the Jack is, what, a metre back from the bowl? That's about all?
Yeah.
Unlucky. Oh, no, but long further than that.
He's got room, but an incredible bowl from Sam Tolchard.
But he can't get two out of it.
Yeah.
He's got to get two out of this, and so the only way he can get two is to basically promote one of those other bowls, isn't it?
Although Malaysia leading by one, so
of course, that's right.
Just needs to draw the shot.
Yeah.
There's a bowl back to come from Sam Tolchard. That was so gutsy from Sam.
Yeah.
To find a way to get the Jack clean back without it killing.
Wow.
Just incredible shot. And this could be the last bowl that we see. We'll see this replay here. Sam Tolchard, Jack clean. That's class A.
Absolutely perfect result for him.
Class stuff.
So he's holding the shot, which means he would, if the game was to stop now, he would win this match. It would take him to 5-all.
Here we go.
Whew.
Cut the tension with a knife.
Draw this. If you can draw this, you're a superstar. There's quite a bit of room there. He's on a great track.
He's close here, John.
Has he got it?
Look at this.
He has.
What a bowl.
Oh, brilliant. What a great bowl. Under pressure.
The Malaysians going
crazy. Well,
my heart's pounding. I don't have a horse in the race either, John.
Well, Tolchard, not great on the length he draws, so maybe will he have a go at that?
He's gone from full-headed drive. Maybe, good call. I like it. Chip the ball out to win a world title.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, you're going to 3 extra ends.
And he doesn't want to go to an extra end.
I think that's what he's going for, John.
Yeah.
To win the world.
And he's so accurate.
Singles champion of champions
Yep,
title.
here we go. Big drive. Take out the shot bowl to win the title here for 2022. Tolchard goes. Oh, my word.
He's found fresh air.
Found fresh air. The Malaysian Izzat Dzulkeple wins the second set. We have our tiebreaker.
I need to take a swig of something. This has been an incredible game, John.
That was just a stunning
game.
result. That's high-class bowls under pressure. And they toss for the right to take the mat and the first end of a 3-end tiebreaker if 3 ends are needed.
And it's a shot. The shots count in this tiebreak. It's not end by end. It comes down to the shots. So there's a chance. We've seen a 4-end tiebreak in section play. Lee Schreiner against Hungary.
So Izzat won the toss and has elected to take the last bowl.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because the jack length is quite important in these conditions.
Yeah.
A panel of umpires.
No, that's too ordinary, isn't it, really?
Yeah, measure's the best one. Back to what you were saying, John. A long
throw from...
Is that the adrenaline or is it intentional?
Wow. So what's in Izzat's mind? I've struggled throughout this. I've won the right to play an extra end here, at least 2 ends. What is the frame of mind of my opponent, who has been pretty much in charge of the game, even though the scores have been close? He's played the better.
Even in that last end, Sam had an upperish hand and played a couple of bombs. So certainly, you know, just take your opportunities. It's been great from Izzat. Great bowls from Izzat. Clutch bowls. He's got an opportunity here. He's not lacking support either, John.
No. Now we see, look on the face of Sam Tolchard is a little bit similar to what it's been on his opponent throughout. Just a little bit of what's going wrong here. Why did I throw up the jack long? I didn't mean to do that. I'm overweight, 2 metres past with my first.
Here's some adrenaline.
A bit of relief now that Izzat isn't close either. 12-3, 6-4. That's been the scores. 12-3 to Tolchard on the first. Comfortable win. 6-4 to Izzat in the second.
And Sam making a correction here. Wanting this bowl to get down onto the jack, which it has done. That's a good bowl there from Sam Tolchard. Potentially 2 more ends to come after this. It's a 3-end tie break. Although if a player is more than 4 up, you don't play the third one. Izzat on the forehand. He's fought to get here.
Yeah.
Fought to have this opportunity. This 3-end tie break to win a world title.
Well appointed, isn't it?
Just a little bit overweight.
Ooh.
Right in
Jack,
the area, John.
Yeah, so he's not in a bad position though. Still, Tolchard has this shot, the advantage in this first extra end.
Taking his time and following this third bowl down. Willing it on. He's not far away here. Looking to guts the jack. Well, if you're going to play an extra end, John.
Yep.
That's a good way to do it, isn't it?
So what we've got is the shot on the 2 metre mark. The closest bowl is this man's.
They'll both go if he gets it right.
Yeah.
And I think he has to play with weight here, but brilliant pressure put on by Sam Tolchard. He wants this title. Izzat on the probe. On the backhand.
Oh, yeah.
Willing it to drift.
That.
There's a bowl off. And I think he's committed to that course of action
Absolutely. Now, yeah.
If Izzat did get connection on that last bowl of Sam Tolchard's, they'll both split off. There may not be a huge amount of jack movement.
And he's got the 2 closest to the 2 metre mark.
Mm-hmm.
So where does he put this?
I think
just wide of the shot.
Yeah, and you want to just be adding the pressure, turning the screw. It's the first end of a tie break for a world title. On the forehand side, holding 2 good bowls, trying to make it 3. He's on the right track, John. Willing it on. Well, at least that'll count if the other 2 are gone.
Yes, yeah, that's right. He has got, that's the closest to the 2 metre mark now, I think.
Yeah. And the Malaysian, just having a look. I think, well, it depends. I think he'd rather get the bowl that's standing up at 6 o'clock than the one sitting down flat. Because if he gets the one standing up, they both split away. The one flat would go square into the ditch with the jack. But really, you're just looking for connection, aren't you?
Got to hit something.
You know. He's been very accurate with these shots in this game.
Oh, he might just drive the inside edge of the third shot and
bang, bang,
bang, take all 3.
Why not?
Yeah. Those are the shots you dream of, eh?
Be great if it works. Here we go. First end of this 3-end tie break. 2 down. Big moments. Good time for the wind to blow.
Yes, yeah. Well, that's probably not going to affect his drive.
Just straight up the middle. Taking his time. Izzat. Close here. 1, 2, 3,
Inside
John.
edge of that.
Oh!
Oh, there you go.
You're a bowls genius.
Oh, well, didn't quite work for him, I don't think.
No.
But he's still got, just dropped one.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. Was that a toucher? They're asking. One.
One's
One it is.
and a good shot there from Izzat. Good
Yeah,
bowl.
yeah, gosh. Whoa.
And a well-called shot from you, John,
Tense.
on this first end of the tie-break. Some deep breaths required. Incredible stuff.
Right. So that means that Izzat must win this end.
It's shots. So
Oh, it's shots, yeah.
So he would probably quite like to win this end of the
Yeah,
fear,
yeah.
because if he doesn't, he'd be a minimum of 2
Yeah,
down.
yeah,
But it's
yeah.
still, as long as he's within 4 on that third end, he's still half a chance.
Yeah.
And then we may see a fourth end if it's tied after that.
Yep.
We saw with Pavelka from Hungary and Schreiner from Australia on the second day of section play. And just an incredible game, and I think a testament to both these players. Izzat looked out, down and out in the first set and fought in the second, and here we are at this tie break.
Yeah. You know, a bit tense when you're 3 down the first end of a tie break.
Just stepping up like he has done. And if you look at his path through, he defeated Kelvin Scott, the New Zealand title holder, who's no mug at all, great bowler, and then defeated the defending champion Lee Schreiner. Why not defeat Sam Tolchard?
Yes.
Go back to Malaysia as the World Singles Champion of Champions champion.
I like this track here.
Good bowl. Great bowl. Izzat drawing the shot.
Still holding.
You're holding 1.
A rare short bowl from Tolchard. A string of umpires.
Ooh, a string. I think measure's the best one you come up with.
Yeah, I think so.
And I'll continue to ruminate over the options.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Izzat.
See in there. Second shot.
Good
2
stuff
shots.
here from the
That's a shot.
Malaysian.
Still room for him to draw.
On the backhand side. Really looking at this bowl.
This is a better line from him. He was under last time
Down
quite a
to-
bit.
Does he have the weight?
Oh, he hasn't got the weight again, has he? That's 2 short bowls.
He'll be disappointed. I wonder if that's a sign of a little bit of tension.
Yes,
He tense
yeah.
up that little bit.
Yep. And does Izzat now play for the 2 metre?
Well, we know Sam.
He
Uh,
could
he
quite
can-
easily draw it, couldn't he?
Yeah.
So
Look at him and Sam line it up. And Steve Sargent looking reasonably calm as the marker. Just cleaning his teeth there, John. I'm sure he'll be thrilled that that got caught on the live stream.
yeah, he's a good umpire, Steve. Been doing it for a long time,
He is.
and also a top-class football referee.
On the backhand. Now, is he going close or is he going past? He spoke to his coach. He's on the right line. I think he's just trying to draw a third one in here.
Or a block.
Well, a block's just as good. If it stops about now, he hasn't.
Oh, no.
Now, Sam Tolchard will be tempted to have a nibble because he's got third and fourth. He could go the inside edge of the Malaysian shot bowl at 4 o'clock, get rid of them both clean without any jack movement.
Yeah.
He guts the jack, which we saw him do on the final end of the second set. The supporters, maximum stress.
But then he knows that Izzat will draw the 2 metre mark.
Correct.
You know.
That's all the things that go through the minds of these bowlers. Hard to tell if he's lining up for a run shot or not.
I think so.
He is. Here we go. Looking for both of them. He's close here. Sam Tolchard. Bang, bang.
Oh, there was no gap.
Not bang, bang.
How on earth?
He went through a gap. Do we have a replay of that?
Well, he's standing there. Down at his end, down at his end, there would not be enough room for this ball to go through. As he looked at it,
I thought he had
Steve
it, John.
Sargent getting into position perfectly there,
That's,
and he gets a great view of it. He goes, ooh.
That's a staggering. Goodness gracious me. I think maybe 3 cigarette papers narrow there.
From a position of great strength during the first set at 12-3 to being faced now with going 3-1 down in the second set of a tiebreaker is something that was not expected from Sam Tolchard.
Unbelievable, really. Fair play to the Malaysian Izzat. He's played the bowls he needed to in this last set. And has he added a third?
No, he stayed away from it.
He hasn't added a third, John.
No.
Oh, why not 4 ends of a tiebreaker then?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't want this event to finish. It's only been going for however long. That was unbelievable there from Tolchard. He went for both. He was millimetres away, but we see this World Singles Champion of Champions final go to this third and potentially final end of a tiebreak with Malaysia leading 2-1.
And we would imagine that the jack will not go into the ditch this time.
We'll see.
But he wants a longish one.
He does.
Yeah. That's moving the cameras around.
If it does go...
Oh, no, he's disappointed with that. He didn't want it there. He wanted it much further down. Yeah. Almost blown off the mat when he played the jack. Look at him. He's both of them saying, can we go inside for this last end? Those cameras anchored down.
I don't know. Maybe a little bit. We used some bowls the other day.
Yeah. I've got well, calm moment for the opening bowl of this third end of a tiebreaker.
Unbelievable. As we watch this bowl. Well, he's drawn the shot, I suppose. You would hope so after your first one and an end.
Yeah, it's difficult not to, although I have put one on a ditch.
I used to say to my lead, the moment they let go of the bowl, good bowl.
Yeah.
And I stopped doing that after a few times. You get burnt sometimes. You go, good bowl in the ditch or out the side. Maybe that's not as funny as I think it is.
No, it's not actually, because
it goes from being a positive, funny thing to
that's right.
How dare you.
Okay, tension here.
Tension.
Metre and a bit over, a metre and a bit short.
Sam going for a walk.
This is where the mental training comes in. How do you handle a situation?
The pressure out here must be just unbelievable. Malaysian, he's walked on to rank 4. Had the right weight underneath on the line.
Mike Kernahan sitting there. New Zealand tour has won a World Championship gold medal and been to several Commonwealth Games and World Championships, and one of the hardest mentally guys out there. You know, this would be right up his alley. He'd be saying, all right, I know how to win this. I just keep looking confident and put the pressure on the opposition.
Sam Tolchard on the high line there.
Now look at that end.
Oh, it's the pressure, John.
Yeah.
2 there to the Malaysian.
And neither of those shots is within a metre and a half, I wouldn't think.
Really? Yeah. 4 bowls to go in this final, potentially.
Changing his hand?
I think so. He's lined up on his back end by the looks.
Yeah.
On that slightly tighter line. Nice delivery. Here we go.
Well, what he doesn't want to do is haul the jack back.
Look
at him sprint.
Bounce in a step. Look at this here from the Malaysian. Drawn a toucher. A front nut. An inch away from the jack. He has to go this Sam Tolchard. 2-1 down in the tie
2
break.
or 3.
That's good. I like this from Sam. He's gone to have a look. Gone for a walk. Now Sam does technically have the 2 metre. Although that's sort of irrelevant because it's about 2 or 3 metres away from the shot bowl. But I think we'll see Sam have a fly at this bowl.
He was just checking to see, I think, how close the jack was to that shot bowl, but also just taking some time out, I think.
Yeah. If it is, well, it's possible to chip it out clean, but I don't think he wants to do that, John. I think he'd rather put the jack into the ditch. So we'll see a wind up here. What an incredible game this has been, John.
Well, there's no gap from this time. It's got to be just straight on.
There we go, Sam Tolchard.
Yep.
He's got it. He's got it.
Yes. Oh.
How clean as a whistle.
But still 2 down.
Yep.
Or maybe only 1 because the jack did move a bit when the toucher came in.
Moved a couple of inches, didn't it? This game has had everything in it, John.
Oh.
It's hard to, as we watch this bowl, so there was a gap between the bowl and the jack, possible to get it, and he did.
Finest of edges.
I think he was looking for jack movement, though.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I don't think he wanted the jack there. Although if you'd said to him, you get to chip off a front toucher, I suppose that's better than nothing.
I'm just looking at Sargent to see if he's going to give us an indication. No, he's not. He was having a good look around, which tends to suggest that there's probably a measure involved. Malaysian has the shot. He did have 2 prior to the movement of the jack when he pulled the toucher onto it.
Here we go. Potentially Izzat's last bowl of this world final on the back end. Running away to his right now.
Going to get caught up, is he?
Look at this.
Underneath. Oh, another toucher.
This is I don't have words, John. Sam is feeling.
Well, I've got sweaty hands and it's very tense. This is for a world title. When you're in Tolchard's position, the Englishman who's played so well, he only dropped 1 game during the whole preliminary competition and was all over Izzat Dzulkeple of Malaysia in the first set, 12-3. He really did appear to have the upper hand in the second, but dropped it 6-4 into the tiebreaker, missing through a minuscule gap from getting back into this game. He's at 2-1 down now, playing the 3rd set.
And as it sits, the Malaysian holds the world title, John.
Yeah.
Huge pressure. And the crowd going quiet.
How the game has changed. He's going it. Going it again, and then force the Malaysian to draw to the 2 metre.
Hold on, he's got it, he's got it!
Yes! What a shot under pressure! Wow!
I think he's just won brilliant stuff there.
He's got the toucher in the ditch. Where's the jack? On the 2 metre. Oh my, that is a stunning bowl. And look, and they shake hands. They shake hands. That is a brilliant bowl. Izzat had brought himself back into the game by drawing with another toucher with his last bowl, and with the final bowl of the 3rd end, under enormous pressure, Sam Tolchard showed all his skill. Brave, accurate, drilled that jack into the ditch. sat there with the toucher, also had second shot. He was fine. It was gutsy stuff. Here it goes again. That's one of his drives. Perfect bowls here from the Malaysian as he came back into the game. Scoring a 2, he was under all sorts of pressure. Drives coming from both of them very accurately. A kill from Izzat didn't work for him. Then he had to, at one stage, was forced to draw just to the 2 metre and did so. Look at that, he was holding 4 at that stage on one end. Pressure went on both these players all the time. But it's the last shot of the game that was the crucial one. Sam Tolchard of Britain has held his nerve throughout. They went to a tiebreaker with the scores 12-3 and 6-4. Here we go. Perfect drive here from the Malaysian. They were going at it. They were drawing. It took them a while to get their length, their control of the green. The wind conditions were really difficult. Superb bowl there. That was one of the misses. That was not what Tolchard wanted. This was delight from Tolchard. He wins the title.
Sam Tolchard, World Singles Champion of Champions champion. How are you feeling?
I don't really know, to be honest. It's been very up and down the last 45 minutes, but yeah, I'm over the moon to win. It was really tough out there in the wind, but you just had to try and keep doing the thing that you thought was right, and in the end, yeah, I've just about got over the line. I was so happy.
Fair enough, and I suppose if I take you back to the start of the week and you came down from the UK having won your English singles, what sort of expectations did you come here with?
Oh, you have to believe that you can win for sure. Obviously for us this is probably the most difficult place to come to in the world, so to do it over here probably makes it even sweeter, to be honest.
Fair enough, and I suppose on that note we've just watched you play a final in challenging conditions. Can you talk us through what was going through your head during that game with the wind and the quick greens, and what did you do to try and counteract that?
Yeah, well, like we watched the girls this morning, and like you can see the white lines on the rink marker, and they were sort of on them or just inside, and we were having to go another yard wider. And the first set wasn't too bad wind wise, but like second set you're playing downwind and into the wind, but obviously if the wind just stops for a second it makes you look a bit silly. But I guess you just got to try and keep doing what is right, but it's just going to gust and you're going to lose some bowls, and that's the way it is. So
cool. Okay, my last question, Sam. So you won the first set convincingly, lost the second set, and you're in a tie break after 2 ends. Yeah. You've got 1 bowl left to win yourself a World Champion of Champions singles final. When you let it go, how did you feel?
I was hitting on the straight hand, and I probably let it go right at the inside of the jack, but obviously the only beauty in that was it should hold up, and I wasn't too sure halfway, and then once it started to hold I was like, have to have it, and I was far happier to be trying to nail a jack than draw a shot, I think, to win the match.
Oh, well, thank you, and congratulations. I'll let you go and celebrate. Cheers. Back to you, John.
Thank you very much, Alex, and thanks for your work during this weekend. Sam Tolchard of England, the English flag flying proudly here, and all the fans back home watching this in the early hours of the morning or watching it later, you'll be very impressed with what Sam Tolchard has done. But what a magnificent final. It was tense throughout, and congratulations to Izzat Dzulkeple of Malaysia. He battled, he nearly had it. He was holding shot and title until that last bowl from Sam Tolchard. So we've been at Naenae here in the Hutt Valley. the bottom part of the North Island of New Zealand. You can see the wind has not stopped, but I'd just like to say thank you to the Bowls New Zealand production team here and everyone involved, from the Naenae Club, the volunteers, the umpires, and of course the players, and you watching this coverage. Thank you very much. We will see you again soon, no doubt.
I didn't even have horse in the race, John. I didn't care who won. No, that's right.